Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Wild, 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 Wild Mount. I am the DM, and with me are my amazing players. Hello.
Hello.
Got some announcements to go through very quickly, and then we will get this party started, as it were. Just very, very quick one, just so you're not trying to adjust your image. However you are watching us, Comet, who plays Phoebe, will only be joining us via voice this evening, so you will not see her face. So it is not a technology issue. It is actually on purpose. So don't adjust anything. You're just going to see a blank screen for that.
Sorry.
Yeah. So. So that was a very quick one. We are once again sponsored by our friends at Neverending, beneverending.com. For those who haven't been watching or are unsure what Neverending is, if you've ever played any tabletop or you played any game and you've always felt the need to animate or just but you can't draw, or you just want to be able to show everybody the cool action scenes or the cool moments in a specific story or game, Be Neverending actually has the ability to start helping you animate those things. It's a amazing web-based visual storytelling platform, and it's super easy to use. It's so easy that even I can use it. If I can use it, anybody can. You can use a character builder to create custom avatars to use not only in your tabletop games, you can use them in your social media. You can build not all your characters, your NPCs, or if, like me, you can actually see right there. There's an avatar of me. You can select all different types of body types, builds, hairstyles, eyes, ears, outfits, weapons. There's so many different options you can choose, and you can download those characters and you can use them as avatars in your tabletop games, and also coming in the future, tabletop tokens. So you can use all of these things. They had a very successful Kickstarter, and a number of stretch goals were unlocked, and such as pirates, animal companions, bird folk, wolves, and so much more, right? There's a lot of different options that were unlocked during that Kickstarter. So one of the interesting things that's happening as of this month, according to their blog, they are working on Neverending 2.0. All right. So what does that mean? So what they're trying to do is, hopefully by the end of this month, we are going to be looking at not only the options that were unlocked during the Kickstarter will be available, but you will see things such as prosthetic options. You will be able to have token creation. So right now you can actually create your avatar, but this month they're looking to actually open up token creation. So you'll be able to create the round tokens to use in your virtual tabletop games. An NPC generator, that's going to be helpful for DMs like me. Backgrounds, so you can put up different backgrounds for your characters, and mobile tablet compatibility. So right now, their character creator you can use it on desktop, but they're trying to get that mobile tablet compatibility up and running. All of that, Neverending 2.0, hopefully by the end of this month. So keep an eye out on it. If you want to go and actually use the character creator, you can do so by going to beneverending, all one word, .app. But just to learn more about all of the cool features that they currently have and the ones that they're going to be rolling out, you can visit beneverending.com. The link to the character app is also there as well. We really highly recommend it. You can see all of the avatars that we have. We actually have our profiles up on the page. You can see our characters as well. And I am slowly but surely starting to build some NPCs so you can actually see what NPCs look like once those are up and running, you'll be able to see them, and I will share them with everybody. But right now, they're kind of like hush hush. I'm trying to get them just right. So again, thank you to Never Ending for sponsoring us. We really appreciate it and highly recommend their service. I mean, this is great for anybody who writes stories, tells stories, or is part of a story like in a tabletop game. So beneverending.com, everybody. Next announcement, want to thank everybody for joining us this past Monday for our Monster Hearts 2 game was Welcome to Whisperbank. We actually, I actually didn't believe it until I actually saw it yesterday. But we actually reached a milestone on Monday. We actually got over 200 followers as of Monday.
Hey, cool.
And
That's awesome.
And that would not have been, we wouldn't have been able to do any of that without all of you. So thank you so much for your support, for following us. I mean, we've been at this less than a year and we're already at just over 200 followers. So please, let's try and get that up to, let's say, I'm going to actually put up a goal as of next week. Let's try and get up to 300 followers by our anniversary, by the end of October. I think we can do that. But I want to thank everybody who has clicked that follow button and has joined us on the many crazy adventures that we continue to do every week. Kind of blew me away. I was just like, I knew that we were just under 200, and then I looked yesterday and I think we're at 208 or 209, something like that. So thank you everybody for that. We really appreciate that. We love you for all the support. Thank you. Yeah, and we continue to slowly inch forward on all of our sub goals, our patron goals, and our YouTube goals. Again, thank you everybody, especially our patrons who have been helping us out. Again, all of the support that you give, whether it's subscriptions through Twitch or subscriptions through Patreon, absolutely help. All of the different things that we do, including all of the different streams, the ability to actually play different games and go out and actually get different players, just like our Monster Hearts 2 game. Our Monster Hearts 2 game is completely different players. Nobody from our Wednesday game and nobody from this game is in this. Brand new players. So our next session for our Monster Hearts 2 game is going to be May 17th, which is a Monday. So please join us if you get the chance to do so. It is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And we currently have the merch store open with t-shirts and mugs and hoodies and stuff with characters and character art by the amazing Isaiah Roa that features the artwork for our Monster Hearts 2 game. So please check that out. Oh, I should not be blocking the alerts. Why is my face blocking alerts? That's bad stuff. I just fixed it. So if you get a chance to check those things out, please do so. But again, thank you everybody for all of your support. And as long as you want us to keep doing it, we're going to keep doing it. All right. So with that, I got no more announcements. I got through that pretty quick. Mm-hmm. So let's move forward. All right. Yeah, just a reminder, my players, please use push to talk if you get the chance. That will definitely help out on not stepping on each other while we're trying to talk with each other. And all right. So here we go. So last time we got together, you had all had a sit down with your host, Leopold von Scott. Not only were you able to give him and show him all of the things that you found in exploring this laboratory, which turned out to be exactly who he thought it was, an old ancient laboratory once owned by a famed wizard from the Julius Dominion, known as Zilray the Scary, which turned out to actually be a dragon in disguise, according to journals that you had found. You brought and piled all of the belongings some of you with reluctance, that you had found within the laboratory, including the unfortunately deceased body of his apprentice, Jake. Whereupon he happily began to slowly accept you into his confidence, redistributed the things to you, most of the things to you. And you all came to the conclusion that not only would he help you, but one of the first things that you should do is to go into the city of Zadash and begin to equip yourselves with better equipment. And then afterwards, you would all meet up again and begin talking about what next steps could possibly be as well. He teleported you all into the Pentamarket, which brought a little bit of hoopla to the Crown's Guard and the people there, as this large crowd, which included a iron golem carrying a rolled up dead body over its shoulder, as he was going to make his way to the Cobalt Soul Library, where apparently his apprentice had come from. And he told you all to go visit a contact of his, someone that he knew who owned a store in the Pentamarket known as the Invulnerable Vagrant, and that he would meet you all later in the evening at the Song and Supper Inn to teleport you back to his home. With that, you entered the Invulnerable Vagrant, where you met the Furbolg Arcanist, as and not only one of him, but two of him and three of him and four of him, and found out that unfortunately, due to the war effort, there were not a lot of items there, but unfortunately some of the items there were just a tad bit expensive. Some of you actually had work done, and it's in the process of getting work done. But you all began to discuss coming back to the store at such a time as when you could afford it, and possibly looking for work within the Pentamarket as well. And so you left the Invulnerable Vagrant, made your way outside, and that is currently where you're at. So what would you all like to do?
Weren't we talking about doing some side jobs so we could make some extra money?
Yes. Also, I would like to remind everybody, weren't we supposed to go with Leopold to the Cabal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Were we supposed to meet him there first, or should we do the side jobs first?
I mean,
safe to say we should meet with him there first.
Yeah, we were supposed to give him like backup because of what he had to do.
All right. So just as a reminder, he had asked if any of you were going to go with him to the Cobalt Soul. You all said no. You were actually going with him. You actually went to the Pentamarket because he was. That's where he was headed. So he left the group, and you all went into the Invulnerable Vagrant. You were going to meet him in the evening at the Song and Supper Inn. It is currently probably.
No, I actually said that I was going to go with him, and I believe one other of us said that we were going to go with him.
That may have been
two of us.
That may have been the case, but that is exactly what he did. And so no one is with him at the Cobalt Soul right now. You could go and try and find him if you like, but he's nowhere to be seen. And it's about maybe somewhere between 10 or 11 a.m. right now. So you all have time. But nobody went with him when he initially left. So you can still try and find him. You can try and find the Cobalt Soul if you like, or you can try and find the jobs that you're talking about. There's a number of different things you can do.
What do you guys want to do?
I don't think we should leave Leopold alone if he needed help from us.
He did want us to prioritize getting tools and equipment first, so I think that it's a good idea that we should go over there and then save the side jobs for later on or another day.
Sounds like a plan.
That's probably best.
All right, so I guess we're headed over.
I'm not with you guys.
Okay, where did you head, Rowan?
I found a privy somewhere in town.
Okay, Anybody know where Rowan went?
She went to the loo!
So when she gets back, I guess we head over to the Cobalt Soul.
Since we have time to kill, why don't we go see about some sort of side jobs and that are not time sensitive, so at least thumb through our options and before we, because otherwise we're wasting the day. We still have time.
10 minutes later, I come strolling up the street.
Well, side jobs aren't exactly small.
We don't know the size of the jobs yet.
Well, they wouldn't be posting them up if they weren't so important now, would they?
That's not necessarily true.
Why don't we go take a look and see? It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. So somebody needs to make me an investigation check. Who's going to do that?
I'll do one. Me.
Okay, Phoebe, go ahead.
Hey, I'm trying to look for my sheet. $17.
17. Okay, you as you all leave the invulnerable vagrant and you kind of standing around, you're able to grab a Crown's Guard that you just kind of see passing and ask where you could find some jobs. And he goes, oh yeah, you could go down to the King's Hall. There's a task board over there. It's that way. And he kind of points the direction. It's like maybe 15, 20-minute walk from here.
All right, Jarina, do you want to lead?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you all begin to make your way outside of the Penta Market, back into the Interset Sprawl. And just outside of it, when you leave the Interset Sprawl to make your way into the East Outer Steads, you come upon this large gray and white stone building. It almost looks like a small stone fortification, but it seems to be about 2 stories high, a number of columns, and you can see a number of Crown's Guard just kind of like milling about, standing in specific areas. And as you approach, you can actually see this large wooden board next to it. Just to the right of the entrance of this building, the words task board, are carved right into the top of the wood. And there's like a dozen or so, more than a dozen or so nails that you can see kind of like sporadically, around into this wooden board, but there's only a few pieces of parchment that are actually attached. And right below where it is carved task board, there's like a metal bronze plaque that's engraved. And it says, all job inquiries are to be taken to the Herald of the Hall, Voloshin. So as you get up to the board, you can now start to read. There's about 7 pieces of parchment in various areas tacked up. The first one says general construction work and reinforcing buildings that are crumbling. The second one says seeking and paying for any information on myriad activity in the city. The third, reward for information on rebel gatherings and anti-crown rhetoric. The fourth, proof of others' worships of heretical gods paid in gold. You can see another one, looking for work for the glory of our king Bertrand Dwendal, good pay and adventurous living as a soldier of the righteous brand. Seek Leopold Weinsteiger at the Marrow Keep in the Signet Wall. And then the last one, roving bandits threatening farmlands outside of the wall must be trained sellsword with experience.
What was that last one? I'm sorry.
Roving bandits threatening farmlands outside of the wall must be trained sellsword with experience.
That sounds like us.
Yeah, that one's an easy one. You should definitely inquire to that one, at least.
And also
A couple of these don't sound too out of our way either.
Yeah, like the construction one, but I don't know how strong some of us are. I'm certainly not that strong.
The farm one can give us some rest, which we desperately need.
I vote
So-
farm.
Why not? We should let us take a couple down.
Let's
Yeah,
start with the farm first. Start small.
So what are you guys doing?
Squall, what do you recommend?
We be more decisive. I don't see why we can't take a couple of these down, as they're just papers. They're just notices. We can
Oh no, I
inquire
absolutely
to the
agree.
completion rate. All right, then we should just grab the
think-
information and move on.
I like
to-
the last one.
The last one's easy. I don't see us having a problem with that one.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
What were the other 2 you were suggesting, Squall?
Potentially that can, clean up on the construction like Galen mentioned. That's pretty easy too. And some of them are just potentially just seeking information or that might be in our way. We don't necessarily we're not obligated to fulfill any of these, but they may come.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They may be easily fulfillable upon our path.
I don't know about giving information, especially when it comes to heretical gods and things of that nature, considering, one of our party. The rest, though, I wouldn't mind looking into.
If we happen upon a black mass where they're about to sacrifice a virgin, yes. Otherwise,
Yeah.
So
Yes, not to mention we're supposed to keep a low profile.
and just an FYI to those of you who are actually familiar with the Dwendalian Empire, heretical gods are not just the evil gods. They are the gods who are unsanctioned by the Empire. There's only 7 gods that you can worship within the Dwendalian Empire. And if you're not one of those 7 gods, it's considered heretical. Doesn't mean it's evil. Just means it's not what the government wants you to worship. So just keep that in mind before you start casting aspersions on evil religions. How dare you?
But I think the other 3, the construction, the last one with the bandits, and what was the other one?
Which one?
That's what I'm trying to remember.
There were a couple of them. All right, so there was general construction work and reinforcing buildings that are crumbling, seeking and paying for any information on myriad activity in the city.
That's a veto.
Reward for information on rebel gatherings and anti-crown rhetoric. Proof of others' worship of
Also a
heretical
veto.
gods, paid in gold. Looking for work for the glory of our King Bertrand Wendell. Good pay and adventurous living as a soldier of the righteous brand. Seek Leopold Weinsteiger at the Marrow Keep in the Signet Wall. And then the roving
So
bandits.
it's only two then that I would agree to. Yeah, that would be the construction and the bandits.
I agree.
Let's get some banditos.
I concur.
Because don't forget, we could also have a finger pointed at us very easily.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the plan?
The farm
Yeah, we're gonna
with the
grab.
bandito.
So you're grabbing the bandit one?
And the construction one.
Okay. So as you begin to kind of grab these postings, there's like a crowds guard maybe about 10 feet away, kind of sees you. He goes, hey, you interested in work?
Yes.
You want me to get the Herald of the Hall for you?
Yes,
That would be
please.
great.
Yes.
Oh, all right. And he kind of turns around and kind of goes inside of the building. About a minute later, the crowds guard comes back out, and behind him, you see a very harried and tired-looking dwarf. He's wearing white and gold robes. There is the symbol of the law bearer around his neck, which is an axe and scale. And you can see his hair is kind of like, it looks like he tries to comb it back, but fails halfway. Like it starts combing back, and then the rest is just kind of like puffed out the back. And then he's just got a huge brown beard with like bits of gray in it. And he just kind of comes rushing out and says, all right. I understand that you're looking for work here.
We are.
All right. So, which work is interesting you?
We're looking to do the bandits and the construction work at the farm.
Oh, well, the construction work's not at the farm. It's different. It's a
Oh.
different place.
Well, we want to do the construction work nonetheless.
All right. Well, the construction work is in the east outer steads. There's a lot of crumbling buildings that way. I'd actually have to send you out to one of the to the construction guild out there, and you'd kind of have to work out the details with them. But I could give you a writ for that. But you're also saying you want to do something about the bandits as well.
Of course. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's a different matter. I'll be very honest with you. The bandit one is kind of a more pressing matter for us. So if you wouldn't mind actually helping out on that one first, that would actually, and then we can discuss the construction later if you like.
How far away is that? How much time would it take for us to handle that, you think?
Oh, I don't know. It depends how good you are at what you do. I mean, it says train sellswords with experience. So I'm assuming that you all have experience, considering that you're looking at this.
Yeah, I'm more interested in how long it'll take us for us to get to.
The farms
bandits.
are right outside the wall. I mean, it's just
okay.
It'll take you about from here to there. It'll take you a good hour to get out there to the farm, and then you're gonna have to talk, and you're gonna have to find them. That's the whole roving bandit part.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We have an engagement later in the day. We don't necessarily want to hold us up, but we're
Well,
willing
I I mean, the sooner you can take care of this, the better. But I don't know how long it will actually take. Because all right, so the job itself, as I said, roving bandits. They're harrying 2 of the farms just outside the wall of the main roads. We sent some Crownsguard out there to kind of do something about it. We sent 4 out, only 1 made it back. He kept saying something about like there was some kind of crazy magic going on, as well as crazy looking men. He was like a little strange out of his head, so we didn't get, that was all we could get out of him. But the farmers in that area seem to kind of confirm some of what he said. But some of their crops are getting destroyed. There seems to be some kind of fighting going on in the evenings. It's very strange. So we need it taken care of as quickly as possible. And once you come back with proof that the deed is taken care of, it pays out 1,000 gold.
Yes. Okay. We are going to get a message to a friend of ours and possibly look into this right away.
That seems like no concern of mine. Honestly, like I said, this is a big problem. It's been a problem for the last couple of weeks. So we kind of need this taken care of. So the sooner you can are you committing to this job or not? Is my question.
Can you make it 1,200 gold?
Oh God.
He kind of looks up at you. He starts giving you a dirty, like he's just eyeing you for a moment. And he goes,
"How bad do you need it done?"
"Oh, you're cheeky, aren't you?" Make a persuasion check for me.
18.
He kind of looks at you, goes, "If you get it done within the next 48 hours, 1,200. After that, it's just 1,000.
I think we could do that.
Best I could do."
They only get attacked at night?
And no, like it's strange. So it sounds like fighting around the forest, around these farms. You're gonna have to talk to the farmers themselves when you get out there. But there is some kind of fighting that's going on, and then when the farmers come out in the morning, crops are destroyed, animals are killed. They don't really see who's doing it, but sometimes they see strange lights, they hear strange noises, sounds of battle, that kind of thing. When we send the Crownsguard out there, like as I said, we sent out 4 men, only 1 returned. Pretty bad shape too. He lost his hand. He just kept jumbling, as I said, about strange magics and scary looking men.
Okay. I think this sounds interesting. Yeah, if we head out now, we'd probably be back by supper.
I say we go.
Where are the farms exactly?
All right. Well, if you just follow the main road out of Zadash, and you just go straight out, go out about an hour out, and there's 2 farms actually. One is let's see, what is it? He kind of pulls out this small like piece of parchment and kind of opens it up. It says, "All right, so there's the Applewood Orchard. It's the southeast is southeast of the main gates." And then there's Oakwood Pastures, which is on the completely other side. It's on the southwest side of the main gates. So the farms themselves are not next to each other. They are separated by the main road, but they're about maybe half a mile off of the main road. So that, they're not easily accessible to anyone coming up the road at all. But it's just happening around those 2 areas. As I said, very strange. We're not sure what's going on. All right, but so if you're committing to this, the way this works is, as I said, you're gonna have to bring back proof. But I need to write out a writ of a lawmaster intent that you are working for the crown in this matter. The writ will allow you to access any areas that you need to access to complete this work. However, when the job is done, you bring the writ back with your proof, and that is the only way you're going to get paid out. Anything other than that, and you get nothing.
What do you consider proof?
Well, bringing back probably either alive. alive if possible, but bringing back some kind of proof of what my man saw, as well as something that the farmers agree that these were the individuals causing the problems. Something along those lines. I'm sure if you experience cell sores, you'll figure it out.
What if it's ghosts?
As I said, you'll figure it out. If you want to get paid, you'll figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Right then.
I think we should be on our way, and I also think we should stop and tell Leopold where we're going.
Well, you're not going to get anything at all if you don't wait for me to fill out this writ for you and give it to you.
Of course.
Absolutely.
All right. Kind of pulls some more parchment out, and you can see that there's already writing on it, but there's some blank spaces in it. It's like, all right. So first thing I need from all of you is I need each of your names.
Jarina.
All right, Jarina. Next.
Phoebe.
Phoebe. All right.
My name's
Galen.
Sora.
Sora. Yep.
Galen.
Galen.
Rowan.
Rowan.
Leah.
Leah. All right. And you?
Squall.
School. All right. And he kind of makes some underlines, and he's like, all right, so here's the writ. In this area right here, and he kind of shows you those two lines that he drew in. You're gonna have to get each of the owners of the farm to sign off to make sure that you are actually there, as proof that you are who you say you are. Shows them, but also it will show us that you actually are making the effort to do this as well. You spoke to them, and then of course you bring this back, and he kind of hands it. Who's taking it?
I'll take it.
He hands it to Phoebe. He says, all right, not only do you get that signed, you bring that back, you also bring back proof that the deed is done, and then you'll get paid.
All right
Thank
then.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, remember, 48 hours if you want the 1,200. After that, it's 1,000 gold.
All right then.
All right, off with you. And he kind of turns around and makes his way back into the building.
Let's go.
All right, so where are you off to now?
To that Kobold library place where Leopold said he was going to.
Okay, Jarina, make me an investigation check, please.
It's Cobalt.
I don't know. There's a ghost around me that cringes every time she hears Cobalt.
Nat 20 plus 1.
Okay. Yeah, so just as you're about to leave, you grab that Crown's Guard who got the Herald of the Hall for you. And you ask him where the Cobalt Soul is. And he kind of looks at you, he goes, oh yeah, the Cobalt Soul, that's in the Interstead Sprawl. It's not too far from it's right outside of the Penta Market. So you just gotta go back, and he kind of points you back to the Penta Market, but it's completely to the west of where you currently are, and a little north. So he kind of gives you directions, and you begin to make your way there to the Cobalt Soul Library. All right, I'm going to give you a good description and get my notes. Okay. A second. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you all begin to make your way over to the Cobalt Soul Library. And you do all try to kind of blend in. But you are a large group. And while people are not outwardly like pointing and making fun of you or saying anything terrible, people are paying attention to you all as you move your way through the city.
I have a question for you guys. Should we have given them our real names?
Too late now.
And considering everything we have to do to prove who we are anyway, I don't think it would have been a good idea to lie to them.
We didn't have to prove anything.
How else do we build our reputation?
Okay.
All right, let's get to look into Leopold.
All right.
I decide not to enter the soul with them.
Okay, you should get there first. So as you make your way over to the Cobalt Soul Library, you can see this library looks like more like a cathedral than anything else, with a number of buildings attached to it. It's beautiful. Like the actual building itself looks to be about 4 to 5 stories tall. And you can see in the front of the building a number of spires just kind of going upwards. And all of the buildings themselves are attached. You can see like actual attached walkways to certain buildings, and it's like a cathedral with a campus would be a really good way to see it. As you actually get to the exterior, you can see that maybe 50 to 70 feet outside of the actual building itself and the campus therein, it is actually gated. There is stone walls interspersed with metal fencing. You can see at the actual entrance to these gates, there seems to be about 4 monks, along with 2 other individuals with long blue and gray robes. The monks are wearing similarly colored vestments. And as you all walk up to it, Rowan, do you actually walk up with them, or you just see them walk up and just go bye? Like, what do you do?
Basically that. I'm gonna say, okay, well, I'm gonna wait for you guys over here.
Same thing.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna stay with the majority of the group,
Okay.
so I'm gonna walk inside.
Okay. Well, you get up to the the actual gate, and as you get there, it's closed, and the individual standing out front with the monks, he's kind of flanked, 2 monks to the left, 2 monks to the right. He sees you and he kind of bows, and you can see he's a full elf individual, long, like platinum blonde hair. It's kind of up in a ponytail and hangs down, and he's got 2 braids kind of coming down this way, framing the sides of his face. And to the right of him, just kind of like he was blocking it slightly, so you didn't actually see it as you were coming up. There seems to be a podium with a very, very large book. And as you approach, he bows to all of you. He goes, "Hello, welcome to the Library of the Cobalt Soul. I am Archivist Fulred. How may I help you?"
I bow to him and I say, "Hello, our friend Leopold von Scott was supposed to visit today, and we were supposed to come with him, but we had other matters to attend to.
As you as you say Leopold von Scott, he kind of raises his eyebrows a little. He goes, "I see. And so will all of you be joining him?"
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So it's everybody minus Rowan and Galen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Dippers.
He's like,
DM, do I notice anything? Like, do I get a vibe or anything off of him that maybe something weird is going on?
make an insight check.
Natural one.
Natural one. No, he seems to just recognize Leopold's name.
Okay.
So he kind of nods to all of you. He says, "All right, excellent. If you could please all sign in," and he kind of opens the large book, and you can see that there is a plume inside a plume pen inside an inkwell, kind of right above it. He goes, "Each of you, please sign in the book. And once that is done, you will be escorted inside to find your companion." Yes.
Out of game, do I notice if it's just first names or if it's at first or last names in the book?
So as you come up to the book, and you look, it seems like first and last names.
I signed my first and last name.
Okay. Does everybody else follow suit?
I sign
Yes.
my first name.
I signed my first name.
I only signed my first name.
Okay. What about you, Sarah?
Same thing, my first name. I don't know my last name, so.
Okay. So you all sign into the book. He looks in the book very briefly, looks up, he kind of nods. He's like, is this all of your first time here at the library?
Yes.
All right. So very quickly before you are escorted in, just so you are aware, there are the immediate library and floors that you will see upon entering the library. All the books are there for your perusal. You will all be escorted in by one of the monks. They will follow you throughout your stay. Should you have any questions, they are more than suited to help you whichever you may be looking for, whether it be knowledge or, as you said, your companion there, Arcanist von Scott. And you cannot actually take any of the books with you. However, parchment and ink is available for you to take as many notes as you would like, and that you can take with you as you leave. Are there any questions before you enter? All right.
No, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Audril kind of motions over to one of the monks, and monk kind of comes over, and he kind of runs over to all of you, and he looks. And so so what the monks look like is they wear these kind of vests with these wooden toggles across the front that actually close the vest off. No sleeves. They have these blue wrappings around their wrists and hands. They also have, it looks like a sleeveless kind of jacket, or like half jacket, half robe. And just loose pants and very, very light looking leather boots. This particular monk that's running over to you, he kind of looks like Wong from Doctor Strange, except he's completely bald, and has kind of like a tuft of hair under his chin, and that's it. And he kind of walks over to all of you and says, okay, please follow me. And the gates are opened and you all begin making your way into the Cobalt Soul. Rowan and Galen, you are, where are you in comparison to the Soul? Are you just like kind of like creepily watching them from across the street?
Well, not creepily, but
Like-
I guess we're going to face each other, so we're in conversation, but we'll both be keeping an eye on.
Okay.
Is there any other buildings nearby that isn't just this cathedral?
Yeah, there are a number of like buildings. Some of them look like kind of warehouses, while there are a few that actually look like homes. This would definitely be what you would consider like middle to lower class kind of area, except for the actual cathedral, the library itself. The library kind of sticks out in this area. But you just, like I said, you just see a lot of so right where you're standing across the street, like there's just like buildings behind you, there's alleyways, there's streets, there's like, it's a big city. So it's not just like the library and then there's nothing around it. There's absolutely lots of different buildings and such around you.
You want to head into the alleyway?
Okay.
Well, I'm tired of being in the sun for right now.
Got it.
All right. So you go into the alleyway. Are you just, is there anything that you'd like to accomplish or get done while your companions are in the library?
We appear to have time to spar now.
Okay.
Are you
On guard.
As Rowan just takes her sword out.
Yeah.
I don't have a sword. I'm just using my staff.
Okay, even better.
On guard.
Are you sure you want to do that here when there's an entire monastery of other monks right there?
Well, why don't you go over there and fight with those monks then?
What? No, why would I do that?
Exactly. On guard.
I play along,
Terrible.
I guess.
So you play along? Okay.
So yeah, we get some.
Is there anybody in this alleyway
Make a perception
that's
check.
just seeing this ridiculous mess?
Both of you.
Oh wait, do I have to roll disadvantage, or
Yeah,
are
technically.
we out of? Or
No.
am I?
Yeah, technically you're out of doors. So, and it is daylight. So yeah, it would be a disadvantage. Ron, what'd you get?
Of course.
What'd you get, Galen?
Well, I'll tell you. Oh. 12. I got 12.
Okay. Rowan?
I got a 16.
Okay. Yeah, you start kind of like bantering back and forth, sparring a little bit. And then you go, wait a minute, we should really take a look. And as you turn around, you can see two grounds guard actually walking towards you in the alley. And one of them's like, "Hi, what's going on here? What's all this then?"
We're sparring.
No, this fucking city, there's no sparring. If you want sparring, there's Cobalt Soul's right there. Go become a monk. No violence in the middle of the city street, or you'll be taken to the dungeons.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Kind of looks at both of you. Get on your way then.
All right.
Guess we're getting on our way.
Which way do you go?
No idea. Where do you want to go?
Well, I don't want to be far from here, but Grounds guards are probably just.
Let's just
I
walk
don't know.
until we find a nice tavern. That's up your alley, right?
Yeah, that is. Let's go.
Okay, let's go find a nice tavern.
Okay. Both of you roll me an investigation check, please.
Disadvantage?
For you, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't think I can get lower than a nat 1.
Ooh. Alrighty.
Well, can I roll with advantage?
Why?
Because I used to live in Zadash. I just rolled 5.
It wouldn't give you advantage. The DC would be lower, but it's not that low.
I got a 5.
You got a 5. All right. It takes both of you the better part of about an hour of just kind of wandering around, trying to find some-place. And every time you actually do find a Crownsguard or someone to try and help you, Crownsguard typically just tell you to piss off. But other folks are like, oh no. Eventually you do find a place just a little bit out of the ways, definitely almost to the far west of the wall, called the Mammoth Mustache Inn.
That is a great name.
And
that's the best name I've ever heard. Do you think they serve Mastodon here?
Probably not.
And as you get there, immediately you can see this large half orc holding what looks like just like an older human male by not only the back of his shirt, but also by the back of his pants off of the ground, chucking him out of the door. And then just, that's right, if you don't pay your tab next time, I'm going to take it out of your legs. And you can see him, he's got like a full, like his hair is kind of like, almost like Guile from Street Fighter. It's kind of like pushed up and then spreads towards the top. And he has this massive handlebar mustache. And as you walk up, he goes, oh, hello, welcome to the Mammoth Mustache Inn. I am your host. Come right on in. And he just kind of like kicks the guy out of the doorway while he's still on the ground, so he's no longer blocking the door. And he just kind of like motions for you to actually all go in.
We do.
I go in.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name's Urgnoth. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rowan.
A pleasure. Please come in. And as you both walk in, this is the diviest of dive bars. You immediately hit with the smell of old beer, old ale, kind of soaked into wood. There is no ventilation in this room because there are no windows open. There are windows, but they are currently closed. The glass is kind of blacked out. You're not sure if it's intentional or just dirty. There is low torchlight going on in here. And as you kind of walk up to the bar, there is a bartender, older human male. He very, very squat. You almost mistake him for a dwarf. And as he turns around, you can see the first thing you notice is like on the back of his bald head is just liver spots all over the back of his head. And as he kind of turns around, he has this massive white handlebar mustache. And he goes, hey, hello, welcome to, and he kind of looks at the orc and he kind of looks up like he's trying to remember something. The Mammoth Mustache Inn. I'm Ben. What can I get for you to drink?
What's good?
Liquor.
I'll take that.
All
Sure
right.
thing.
All right, 2 liquors. And he kind of just grabs 2 cups from underneath, kind of plops them down. They're kind of, the cups are a little greasy. They don't look very clean. And he pulls out a brown bottle. He just kind of pours 2 shots in there, and he's like, "All right, that'll be a silver."
I pay the man.
Okay, he takes a silver. Enjoy. And he kind of turns his back to you again, and you're not sure what he's doing. He literally just turns around and then just kind of stands there. Like he's just like, he's moving and he's breathing, but he's just like, "Thank you."
Is he? Oh wait, you don't know that reference.
Galen, do you see something I don't see? What is he?
There are like bottles of liquor behind him, like shelving, and there's just like, you know, different colored bottles, and it looks like he's just staring at them.
Cool.
And there's
Hey,
seats.
He's
There's seats for
admiring
you
his
to.
collection.
I'm gonna go. Why don't we take a booth?
Yep.
All right, so you take a booth. There's only like 3 actual booths, and one of them in the far corner, you can see that there's 3 individuals, all kind of cloaked with their hoods up, kind of with their hands around, you know, something to drink, and they're just kind of like, you get the impression that they are kind of looking at both of you, and then as soon as you kind of notice them, they kind of put their heads down and they just continue to drink. But the other 2 booths are open, so you can take either one of those.
We'll take the darkest one.
That's on the far other side. And again, this room itself is like maybe 30 by 50. Like, it's small. It is not like, it's by no means is it like they call it an inn. You don't see an upstairs. You don't see it downstairs. An inn usually has rooms. You're a little confused by this place. But the whiskey that you were served was absolutely strong. Not great, but gets the job done.
Smooth.
Feels like home. Mysterious shadow people totally not looking at us. The people looking into the distance. And feeling in danger all the time.
This is not a bar. I think we should leave as soon as we're done with our drink.
Indeed.
All right. So you go and you sit down and quietly have drinks. You are sitting close to one of the blacked out windows. Do kind of reach over and kind of smudge it a little bit, and instantly sunlight comes in and you realize, oh, it's not on purpose. It's just dirty and not cleaned. Yeah, more sun begins to kind of pour in. The half orc kind of like leans in and goes, you're ruining the ambiance.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
And he goes back to sitting next to the door. He has you see him actually, there's a chair right by the door on the inside. He's just kind of sitting there. He picks up a book and he continues to read. So that's what's happening with both of you. Yeah, got it, Galen.
Just the last thing before we switch to the other part, the library party.
Hmm?
Can I see if the other group either has some sort of interest in us, or if they were just glancing at us and then going back to whatever the fuck they were doing?
Make a perception check.
I'm guessing normal perception check, seeing how dark this
Yeah,
place is.
you're inside. Out of direct sunlight.
Jesus. Whoever he is, that's an 8.
8? No, they kind of looked like they were just like, you walked in, they were kind of looking at the new people who just walked in, and then they just went right back to their discussion and drinking their drinks. Right. So that's happening while you're there. The rest of you, you get led into the back into the main hall of the Cobalt Salt Library. And as you enter, immediately you see multi-tiered levels of bookcases, bookshelves, books. It seems like many more floors than what seems to be from outside. And it is just immense. The hall that you actually enter, there are rows of long tables with benches and chairs. You can see there's maybe a dozen other people currently using some of these benches and chairs. And there are pieces of parchment, there are ink wells everywhere. And you can see standing behind each person sitting and writing notes and reading through books, there is a monk who is just very quietly waiting with them. Your guide begins to kind of bring you forth into the to the main area, and he goes, "I think they follow me," and continues to kind of walk, trying to get his bearings, trying to remember seemingly where Leopold probably went. Brings you to the back room, brings you to a back area, and begins to lead you upstairs. And you make your way up to the first, second, the third, the fourth, all the way to the fourth floor. And as you do, you can see that there's these double doors, beautifully carved. There is a symbol of the knowing mistress, Ayun, actually carved into both doors. And there are at least half a dozen monks just kind of standing, flanking, 3 on each side of these double doors. And as you make your way up, one of the monks approaches the other. He goes, "Oh, these companions of that guy." And the other was like, "Oh, well, he's in with the High Curator, and I don't think they should be disturbed." And as he says that, you can hear yelling from behind the double doors. Just voices, raised voices, screaming. And you watch as the monks kind of turn and they seem to get on the defensive. And the one that's talking to your guide just kind of like puts a hand up and they all just kind of calm. Your guy turns around and he kind of looks at you and says, "You probably want to wait here till they're done. I don't think we should go in to disturb them."
Okay, we can look around.
Well, you really can't. You can tell me where you would like to go and I could escort you there, but you can't really wander.
Why don't we
that's what
just
I
leave
meant.
him a note and maybe get on our way?
No, just you can wait here. Hopefully they'll be done soon. Just wait here. And he kind of motions, and some of the monks actually kind of bring you some chairs, so you can all sit. And you're not waiting very long. Maybe another 5 minutes goes by before the doors burst open. And you hear, and the first thing you see is Leopold. And he goes, "Well, see if I ever come and help you again, fucker." And right behind him, you see his golem. And he just kind of walks out. When Leopold's in front of him. And he says, and you see, followed behind him is a human man, maybe in his late 60s, early 70s. His hair, which looks like it might have been like a dark brown or black at one point is mostly salt and pepper now. Very very short, almost in a kind of a crew cut. And you can see like the wrinkles and the crow's feet. His skin is very tanned. No facial hair, but he's wearing these very very elaborate blue robes and with the silver lining. And around his neck is the symbol of the knowing mistress. And he's kind of, as he's walking out behind the golem, he's got his hands to his temple, and he's like, Leopold, please, I wish you would just listen for once. And he's like, no. I warned all of you exactly what was going to happen. You said, oh, don't worry, it's going to be fine. And I bring you the third body. I didn't have to bring him back, right? I could have left him where he was, getting chopped on by imps. But no, I sent some people in to get him. I expended resources, and I didn't have to bring him back to you. And you give me this bullshit? And it's like, all right. You make a valid point, but no. We're done here. And he kind of looks up and he sees all of you. He goes, the fuck? What are you all doing here?
We need to speak to you.
All right. Can we do it outside of this place? Because fuck this place.
Yes.
And as you all begin to move off, the humans say, wait. Who are all of you? I'm sorry. I go, this? They're kind of family. I'm some sort. And he kind of raises his eyebrow. Goes, "You family, really? Oh, interesting. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am High Curator Loman Ture. I am in charge. I am the Herald of the Zadash Archive here. It's any friend of Leopold's or family in this case is welcome here. And he kind of walks over to each of you to introduce himself, and he kind of begins shaking all of your hands. Do you introduce yourself soon?
I do.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. Interesting pseudo dragon you have there. Some
Thank you.
looks by the looks of it, possibly northern reaches, around the Savalier Wood, possibly.
Actually, that's where I saved her.
Yes, it's just interesting because you don't really see that kind of coloring outside of the Savalier Wood, to be frank, especially in pseudo dragons. So very interesting specimens. It's interesting. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a pleasure to have you. He walks over to you, Sora, and he's like, "It's a pleasure to meet you." And he says this in perfect Draconic to you, Sora.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. And I bow my head.
He kind of bows his head as well. He says, he kind of looks you up and down just for a second. He goes, "A practitioner of the arts, I see."
Well, yes. Not well, but yes, I try.
Well, our illustrious library is here for your perusal should you ever need it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
He goes over to you, Phoebe, and he kind of bows over to you. He says, "Welcome."
I get a little bow back. Thank you.
He kind of looks you up and down for a moment. Takes a little longer than what he did with Sora. And he goes, martial variety, an archer perhaps?
Yes.
All right. Okay. It's a bit of something about you, but it's a pleasure. Welcome. He walks over to you, Leah. Kind of bows to you.
Hello.
Hello, it's a pleasure. Not from Zadash, are you? He says to you, Leah.
No.
Huh? Welcome. And he comes over to you, Squall.
Thank you.
And he kind of like cocks his head for a moment. He goes, and it is a utmost pleasure to meet you. It is rare that we see someone from your people within these walls.
Thank you. You're very observant and informed, it seems.
I am. As one of the... you don't become High Curator without knowing a little bit of something about everything.
I see.
But it is a pleasure to meet all of you. Family, I see. Leopold, if I could just get maybe 5 more minutes of your time. He's like, nope, we're fucking done. All right, you want to talk? Make an appointment with Norman. And he points to the golem, and the golem just kind of like just stands there, and smoke starts to pour out of his face covering. And the High Curator is just like, very well, I will make an appointment with your golem. His name is Norman. Very well, I will make an appointment with Norman. All right, let's get the fuck out of here, everybody. He just kind of turns around and begins floating down the stairs on his little silver disc. And Norman, actually, you watch Norman. Norman looks too wide to actually fit down the stairs, and you watch as all of a sudden Norman just begins to float upward, slightly move over the banister, and begin to lower itself down, essentially just following Leopold as Leopold is making his way down the stairs, just like right in the air outside of the stairs. And you all just watch this as it's happening, and the High Curator just kind of looks at all. He says, as I said, our library is open to all of you. Should you care to use it at any time, please feel free. The Knowing Mistress is here for anyone who cares to know anything.
Again, thank you very much. We have an errand at the moment, so we'll bid you good day.
A good day. And he kind of bows, and he kind of looks at the monks, and he kind of makes a motion, and then begins to walk back into what looks like his office. The door slams shut, and your monk guy just, all right, let's just follow. Let's follow me. And he just goes down the stairs, and you begin basically just trying to keep pace with Leopold, as Leopold is kind of like kind of zooming down the steps, floating on his disc. You finally get to the bottom of the stairs, get to the doorway. Norman actually runs in front of Leopold, opens up the doors, shoves a few monks out of the way to do so. And the monks are just like, they kind of get ready to, get on the defensive, and your guide just kind of like holds his hand up, and they kind of relax. He goes, very, very, well, it looks like we're leaving. So, it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Kind of bows. He's like, goodbye. And he just kind of stands there and waits for you all to leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You make your way out past the actual gates, and you're now kind of like standing out in the street. And Leopold goes, man, I'm so glad to be out of there. Why'd you all follow me? I thought you were going to go see Pumatzol.
We decided to take a look at some jobs that we could do in the city, and we found something that may be of interest to you.
What's that?
Voloshin said something about strange magic, and I know you like strange magic.
What do you gotta do? Like, make strange magic? Like, you're being like really obtuse and vague.
Bandits or something in the forest fighting around the farms and they keep killing the crops and stuff, but nothing's ever seen, and they mention like strange magics. So I thought somebody with your knowledge would like to help investigate.
Oh, I don't do that. Did you let something out when you finished in the laboratory? You sure you got everything?
They said it's been going on for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's about the time we excavated. You sure you got everything?
That was present, yes.
That's weird. Yeah, listen. I'm good with you taking the Crown's money. But don't get in too deep with them. All right? Okay. Just remember what I told you about them. And he kind of looks around. Bunch of fuckers. Where's crazy druid lady, and your other friend, the one who has an aversion to sunlight?
I don't know. DM, can I look around? Do I see them anywhere?
You don't see them anywhere. Oh well, good luck. So I guess we're not meeting at the Song and Supper tonight? I was actually looking forward to dinner and a show. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do that anyway. If you get done, by the time you know the last night's show is done over there, I can teleport y'all back. Otherwise, you're on your own to get back.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, good luck, and let me know what you find out about the strange magic stuff.
Okay.
Because that's oddly vague, but you know that's what you get when you're working with the Crown. They don't know dick.
Got it. By the way, Norman floating or levitating was very intimidating.
I don't need your pity.
I'm being honest.
Not
being able to hear him is actually very intimidating.
You've already made it very clear that you are not intimidated by Norman. Yeah. But
well, if you remember correctly, I said if he didn't make a lot of noise, he'd be more intimidating.
I appreciate you trying. It's definitely A for effort.
Okay.
But
thank you anyway.
Just as a quick, we don't know where Rowan and Galen went. Do you think you could maybe like?
Sounds like a you problem.
Okay.
All right, bye, Leopold.
All right, bye. Come on, Norman. And he just kind of begins to float off, and Norman just. And you just watch as they just make their way off and down the street, eventually disappearing into the crowds of people.
All right. What do you suggest we do about Rowan and Galen?
I don't know. When was the last time Rowan took a bath?
Back in the tower, I believe.
Hey. You're not there.
Hey. Can I try to track them?
You can certainly try. This is gonna be survival check at disadvantage with a pretty high DC because you're in a city full of hundreds of people.
So I usually get advantage on survival checks, so it would be a straight roll, correct?
Yes.
I got a 10. That's okay.
Got a 10. You have no idea where they went. In fact, you're not even sure, like, when they kind of broke off from you guys, you're not even sure which direction they went.
Well, I don't know. I tried.
Okay.
It was a nice try, Jarina.
Perhaps we should wait? I mean, it would be rather idiotic if they didn't come back.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, yeah, it's just gonna make this a little bit longer is all.
Okay. So you wait there for pretty much the next hour or so before you actually watch Galen and Rowan stumbling back towards the area where you are at. Rowan more so than Galen.
And I'm laughing. You're really funny.
Oh,
You're
Oh, good lord.
now.
Yep,
You
totally a
Best
jokester.
mean jokes.
We shouldn't
Yeah.
have
We should
waited.
have left them.
Yep, I told that shadowy guy.
That orc had a mustache.
We should have left.
Maybe we should just bring
Indeed.
them to Leopold and they can give him more entertainment.
I mean,
Where's Uncle Leo, guys?
He went to go get
He
drinks and
doesn't do-
entertainment without us.
Oh, sorry. We weren't sure how long you were gonna be, so we just decided to walk around until we found an interesting establishment.
Totally not shady, creepy, or evil at all.
Not even a little bit. That means it really was weird.
We're about to go and find bandits and you're drunk. Of what
I'm
use would
always
you be
drunk.
to us?
That's okay. That's okay. I can still do my thing. I can still do the entanglement, so I can capture
Then you can
them
really
for you
stand.
guys.
She's
Rowan,
gonna
you
be
can
a
barely stand.
liability.
It's cool. I've got a stick that helps me to walk.
I
It's
don't
a
trust
nice
you casting
stick.
spells in your state of mind.
Don't worry about it. It'll fade. It's gonna take an hour for us to get outside anyway.
Leah, Squall, what do you think?
I'm always drunk, so this
Just,
ain't nothing new.
just
This
stay
one,
close
however-
by and don't say anything when we walk through the city. And maybe the
For
hour
heaven's
we
sake,
get
get
through
them
the
some water.
cities,
Ooh,
the
ooh,
walk
I
should
do-
sober her up.
Do that. Who's got a cup?
You don't want mine.
Who has a
It's
water
only
skin?
This rate, maybe wild shape into a dog and put her on a leash.
That's a good
I
idea.
hold up the
We
water
should
skin and
do that.
cast create water inside the water skin.
Okay.
Hey, maybe you could transform into a.
Roll on drunk.
All right.
Shh. Don't let the crown guard know.
All right.
I
So,
whispered to Jarina, I really wish I had a silence spell prepared.
all right. So
Everyone's so mean to me.
Yeah, seriously, they're always mean to us.
Let's get going.
And so you begin to make your way to the outer walls of Sadash. Over the course of the next hour and a half, you finally do make your way past the main gates. Rowan, at this point, while definitely you've walked off a good portion of your day drunkenness, you are definitely starting to get a little bit of a headache, but you're definitely a little clearer than you were a while ago. As you exit the gates of the Dash, which of the farmsteads will you be going to first? There is one just to remind you.
southwest.
Okay, so you're going to go to Oakwood Pastures. So you begin making your way southwest from the actual gates. And it takes you probably another 20 to 30 minutes, as you're not exactly walking at a brisk pace, considering Galen and Rowan's day drunkenness. But you do finally make it to Oakwood Pastures, and you can see as you get there that this is a cow farm. There are a number of not only open pastures and areas where you can see cows, but you can see a number of people actually, moving bales of hay, feeding the animals. And you can see that there is a main building up ahead as you are approaching it. And again, it looks more, while there is a barn, there is also the main building seems to be like a ranch style, pretty long building. And you can see above it, it says Oakwood Pastures. As you get there, you can, one of the farmhands kind of comes up to you, this pretty big human, very pale blonde hair, kind of shaggy, kind of goes over his eyes a little bit. Kind of walks over to you, goes, yeah, can we help you?
I step up and I show them what that guy gave me. I can't remember what it's called.
The Lawmaster's Writ.
The Lawmaster's Writ. I showed him that.
That's why it's important to write notes, folks. So yeah, you show it to him. He kind of looks and goes, you want to speak to Bastion? Hold on. And he kind of hands it back to you, and he kind of runs into the building really quickly. Comes back out, and you can see another gentleman, about average height, a very dark complexion, dark brown hair, just like a burly beard, just kind of like very thick in the bottom, and she kind of poofs out. Not very well kept, but the clothing that he's wearing seems pretty clean and but made for actual farming work. He comes out and he goes, "Oh yeah, I am Bastian Sweatberger. This is my farm. Gunther says you visit the Crownsguard."
We're here for the job about the bandits.
Oh yeah. Okay, good. Please come with me, and I will show you what is happening. And he kind of begins to lead you over what at first you think is the building that he came out of, but he kind of swerves and begins to walk past it, and is now leading you over towards the barn. As he leads you over to the barn, he begins talking to you. He goes, "Yeah, so a few weeks ago there was some individuals. We did not see them very clearly. We saw them coming in the middle of the night. We thought that they were coming to steal either the tools or maybe some of the animals. And we began to prepare for the worst. But they actually never come into the farm. They're just kind of on the outskirts. I'm going to show you where we first saw them." And he kind of takes you over to the barn, just maybe about 50 to 60 feet past it. And around the whole farm, and especially around the barn area, there is probably maybe 50 to 60 feet of open ground. And then you can actually see what looks like the beginnings of the actual wooded areas. He goes, "Yeah, so we were in the barn. We heard noises first. We were not sure what the noises were. We come out to the barn to see what is happening. We see groups of individuals. We cannot tell how many they are, but they were out there, and we are farmers. But we take up arms, and we prepare for the worst, and nothing. We see them, and then they just go back into the forest, and then next day, same thing. They come out, then they go back in. It happened again two more times, 2 more days in a row. On the 5th day, this time we did not see them, but we are walking in the middle of the night to the sounds of fighting. Then we come out. All of a sudden we see, and he kind of turns around and he points to the barn, and now you can actually see the backside of the barn. It is just charred. Like it is just the whole side of the barn is like, it just, you can see that it stops maybe 20 feet up, the charring. He goes, yeah, if you see the barn, it's on fire. We start putting out the fire. After thankfully we are successful in doing this, we turn to see what actually caused fire. We don't see anything. It's very, very odd, very, very, very strange. Gunther, he's one of my farmhands, is the man you met before, as when you come in. He, very brave, he decides that he is going to go into the tree line to see if he can see what is happening. He says that he sees flashes of light. He hears what it sounds like men in battle, and then there's nothing. Then he come back and we don't find anything. The very next day we come and he kind of motions for you to follow him, and he brings you into the barn. And immediately you're hit with the smell of what smells like rot. And he goes, we come in and we see this the next day. And he opens up one of the stalls, and you can see what looked like 2 full-size cows that are dead, just laying on the ground, and they're emaciated. It's like something pulled the life out of them, and they are kind of like withered and black. The skin is kind of blackened a little bit, but not charred. It's just very, very weird. And he goes, and then we see this. We go to Zadash, we go to the King's Hall, we tell them what happened. Then we are told that they will send someone out for investigation. They send some men out, and then we hear nothing for the next week until you arrive. So we have not heard anything since, I want to say, before you arrived, maybe a week or so. We hear more but sound like fighting and more flashes of light, but thankfully nothing else killed, nothing else. No, the barn is not on fire anymore, thankfully, but we don't know if this is going to keep happening. So that is what happened. So you are here to fix this, yeah?
Yes.
Can I do a medicine check on the cows to see if maybe I can determine anything?
Sure. Right. I have to get back to work. If you need me, just have one of my men come get me, please.
I have a question for you, sir.
Yeah.
About what time at night do the sounds of this fighting occur?
It was different each time. One was earlier. The first time was earlier in the evening. Like we have not even go down for bed yet. But the next one we were awoken a few hours into sleeping. The one that happened about a week ago, almost before sunset. It was very strange. All different times. Any you have any other questions?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So if you need me, I will be. You have them come get me. And he kind of nods a little bit to all of you and half bows and kind of scuttles off. Sora, what'd you get in your medicine check?
A 7.
7. You're not sure, but you kind of like poking the bodies. and where you would expect like fat and muscle, right there, you can just feel skin and bones. It is just straight. There's no puncture wounds that you can see. There's no blood. It's just odd.
In all my studies, do I remember anything about some kind of oddity like this happening?
Failing that investigation, medicine check, you don't have anything to kind of base a guess off of, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right. Trina?
Oh, I tell the group. I'm sorry.
I want to go outside to that part of the barn that is charred.
Mhm.
Does it, out of game, with radiant damage, does it cause like physical burns, or like what type of indication is that? I would like, or I could just roll to see if.
Yeah, making to answer your specific question, you would definitely need to make an Arcana check.
I don't know anything. I got a 4.
Okay. Yeah, you're unsure. I mean, you haven't used radiant damage enough to know specifically like its full effects. You know, you're not experienced in that, unfortunately, so you're not sure. Okay. Anybody else want to do anything?
Can I try investigation check, or do I need to make a medicine to follow up on it?
What are you actually trying to figure out?
Just based off of what the farmer told us. Can I make any sort of conclusion to what might be going on? You know, can I decipher clues from what he told us?
I would probably say without more information, it's going to be very difficult to make any kind of clue. You can still absolutely try to roll an investigation check, but all you've done is question him and take a look at cow bodies. You haven't done anything more than that, so I'll let you roll, but the DC is going to be very, very high on it unless you do more actual investigating to get that DC down.
All right, then. Can I look around where the bodies are, where the cows are? Maybe I can find something around them that we didn't see.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
$15.
15. You start looking at the bodies, and you don't know, like, you're not sure how that died. It's really difficult to kind of figure that out. But that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to find something specific, something that Sora might have missed. And as you're just kind of like, and it's not easy to move, even though, you know, these are dead cow bodies. They are full grown, so it's not easy to kind of like move them or, you know, adjust them. But you begin to, and on the body of the cow that's kind of slightly underneath the other, as you begin to shove the cow on top of it, just a little bit off of the side, you do notice something that it could have easily been missed. It looks like the impression of a hand in the actual fur of one of the cows. And while that in itself is not strange, what's actually strange is that the actual hair of the cow is blackened specifically in that shape of a hand. So it's not so much that somebody actually put their hand in the hair and left an imprint. It's that the handprint itself is black, the blackened hair.
DM, I'd like to investigate the forest where they said they saw the flashes of light.
Okay.
I'd like to help her, please.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
She's still hungover.
My head hurts, but I can still see stuff. Thank you.
Okay. So Leah, Rowan, and Galen, you begin to kind of make your way out of the barn and go in the direction that Bastion actually pointed out to all of you. And you begin to kind of check out that area. Only 2 of you can make an investigation check, but since there's 3 of you, that means one of you can actually assist one of the others, and one of you can roll with advantage. So, if that makes sense.
My investigation isn't very high, so I will be assisting somebody.
So who will you be assisting?
I'll assist Leah. She might.
Okay. So
have higher
Rowan,
investigation.
Rowan, you can roll an individual investigation check. Leah, you can roll one with advantage. Because Galen is helping.
$16 total.
Okay. Rowan?
It's not doing the thing. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Fantasy math, fantasy math.
I mean, these things do it all for you, so
It's not mathing. It's just won't roll. Okay.
no, I was having the same problem earlier. It was lagging.
Everything be lagging.
Oh, bringing out the real dice.
Bringing out the real dice. Oh, yeah. The plastic clickety clacks.
Eight.
Yeah, your eyes are stinging and the headache is really starting to wear on you, Rowan. So you kind of like, oh man, this is really bright out here. But Leah, you because you and Galen is helping you kind of look around. You actually begin to see like where the grass and parts of the actual tree line are just pieces are shredded, pieces are cut away. The grass is also kind of like matted down in different areas. It looks like the ground is somewhat torn up. Like there's been like a lot of movement in this area. And you're kind of checking around and you can absolutely tell that on some of the tree trunks, it looks like there is some kind of like something sharp has hit these tree trunks and has cut pieces out of it. You can see what looks like an area where maybe one or more bodies had fallen to the ground, but they're no longer there. But you can see kind of see in your mind's eye how somebody could have fallen in that area and then gotten up and then kind of moved off to the area. So absolutely, there are definite signs of a struggle or a battle here somewhere. You continue to follow for maybe another 10, 20, 30 feet from the area, and you can see that it looks like an actual moving battle. Whether it started here or not, you're not sure, but it definitely moved further into the tree line. And then you can kind of see that it abruptly stops. And you can see where actual groups of individuals began to run in a different direction, going more southeast, more to the east. but that's about all that you can find.
Is there anything significant to notice higher up on the trees, that if anything was in the trees or coming down from the trees?
You look up in the trees and you can see what looks like small scorch marks just on some of the trees, and you can see where it actually looks like it's slightly burned, but did not engulf the tree. It kind of looks like a blast of fire or something scorched parts of the trees towards the top and some towards the bottom as well.
Hey, Leah.
Yeah.
You think we're anywhere near the entrance of that cave?
Not sure yet. We'll have to look around some more.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything at this moment? Jarina?
Can I investigate if there's any damage in the crops?
There are no crops here. It's an animal farm, mostly cows. So you don't actually see any crops. Just like animals and the all of the things that they need to kind of keep the upkeep of these animals and such.
Okay, can I investigate around the barn?
Okay, yes. Make an investigation check.
I got a 10.
10. As you kind of like investigate around the barn area, you can see like the scorch marks, like of the fire. You get a little closer and you try to inspect a little more. Obviously, this is fire damage, without a doubt. But as you get a little closer to it, you can see that beneath the actual like large scorch, like the slit in this, you can actually see what looks like 3 tiny, darker impact points of scorch. Okay.
I let Sora know what I found.
All right. Did Phoebe tell me about the hand print?
Well, that's what I was going to say while you guys were talking. I was going to go back to whoever's left of the group and relay to them what I found.
Okay, DM. With that information, is there a roll that I can make, a history roll or an arcana?
Yeah, I'll say you can make an arcana check for that.
19.
19. It's not a magic that you're 100% familiar with, but you have heard of certain necrotic type of magics that have this kind of effect. It's hard to say exactly which one did this, but the damage itself definitely seems necrotic in nature.
All right, I relay that information to the group. It seems they're using some sort of necrotic magic, so be wary if we come across them. Keep yourself well guarded.
I have an idea, if anyone wants to hear me.
Yes, of course we want to hear you, Rowan.
Yay. I can wild shape into a cow and you guys can lie in wait and see if anything happens.
Do you want to be bait?
Moo.
Well, what did you guys find on your investigation?
We tell them what we found, DM.
Okay.
So if they were moving east, that sounds about right towards the orchard, that the other farm. Maybe we should investigate the other farm first, gather as much information, and then assess what's going on.
Okay.
You want to tell the people before we leave? The guy in charge?
Okay.
Yes.
So you make your way back to the house. Bastion is outside, and he actually does see you. Kind of finishes talking with one of his farm hands and walks over. He goes, "Okay, yeah. So what you have finished your investigation, or you what is happening?"
For the time being, I let him know that the movement of the tracks is going east towards the other farm, the necrotic damage, etc.
I don't understand a lot of that, but I will take your word for this.
Well, we're gonna go investigate the other farm, the orchard, and we will be back.
Do you need anything from me before you go, or is that it? Is that all?
I look at everybody else.
I believe that'll be all for now.
Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, yeah. Very well. If you need anything, I will be here.
We'll be back.
So you make your way to the next farm? Okay.
Do you guys want to go through the woods? Sorry, DM.
Yeah.
Or do you want to go the normal way that everybody knows?
Shouldn't we follow the trail?
I kind of would like to follow the trail.
It'll be better.
Okay, so you're gonna follow the trail.
Yes.
All right. So I need somebody to make a survival check for me. Jarina.
19.
18. Okay. So you all begin to follow the trail. You actually make your way into the tree line where Leah, Rowan, and Galen have found the evidence of what seemed to be some kind of scuffle or fight. You start to follow the trail of those footprints. You every now and then, Jarina, you do lose track of them. You kind of take a moment, you kind of look around, and then you catch sight of where they continue, and you kind of keep making your way. And interestingly enough, they continue south, like almost in a southeasterly direction. And you all eventually find your way out of the tree line once again, and close to the actual road. Jarina, you're able, you lose the trail momentarily, but then on instinct you decide, I'm just gonna go past the road. I'm gonna go over the road on the other side, and you're able to pick up the trail again. It seems like at some point they actually just made their way to the road and just went over, just went right through the road, and then right back into the tree line on the other side. And the trail begins to you continue to follow the trail until you begin to start hearing voices. And as you look up, you start to see that you are beginning to kind of clear through this section of forest, and you actually start to begin to see apple trees just growing. Large, some of them large in this area, pretty large, maybe about 6 to 7 foot tall apple trees. And the voices that you're hearing are actually farmhands who are actually tending to this orchard. And you see that you are actually have followed this trail, which kind of dead ends here, oddly enough. And as you kind of break the tree line, some of the farmhands see you, and they start shouting for somebody. And as you're kind of just standing there, and they all seem very afraid. They seem kind of scared in a moment. And then you watch as this young woman actually comes out carrying a pitchfork. And she just kind of looks at all of you. She's maybe about 40 or 50 feet away from all of you. Just holding the pitchfork out at all of you, kind of in a menacing. We don't have anything. We are just simple farmers. What do you want?
We're here to investigate the bandits.
Make a persuasion check.
17.
17. She kind of looks at it. She goes, all right. Very odd for you to be coming out from this area like this. Very well. And she kind of pulls, takes the pitchfork and kind of holds it upright. And she goes, well, come over here. Let's get this done. And you kind of make your way over. And you can see she's probably maybe in her mid to late 20s. But very clearly, like she's dressed in the same kind of farm clothing as the rest of the folks around her. And she kind of looks at all of you. She goes, so who are you?
Well, first, if you want to show her the writ, Phoebe, and then I explained to her the reason that we came out of the woods is we were following the trail that we picked up.
Is a trail of what?
I show her the writ.
Your
Okay.
farm was not the only one that was attacked. There was another farm that was attacked as well. And we were following a strange trail of from here to there. It leads right to you.
So while you're talking to her, Ron, she's kind of like looking at you and then looking down at the writ. She's like, "Oh, all right," and she kind of rolls it back up and she hands it back to you, Phoebe. And she goes, "Yeah. So let me tell you all about the strange things that have been happening here." And that's actually where we're going to take our break. So yeah, so we will be back shortly. We're going to take a break and we will see what strangest happens when we come back. So see you in a moment. And we're back. Alrighty. So you've followed the trail from the first farm that you went to go investigate, Oakwood Pastures, and have made your way to Applewood Orchard. And you are now currently speaking with what seems to be at least someone who's in charge here at the farm. And she, as you give her the writ, she reads it, passes it back to you, and Rowan explains why that you're all coming out of the forest. She goes, "Okay, yes. So let me show you the strangest that has been going on here. I am Sophie. This is my orchard. So, please to come with me. I will show you." And she begins to kind of take you. And as you're going, you can actually now see most of the apple trees that you've actually came out of the forest to are all scorched. There's about maybe 5 or 6 of these trees that are scorched. And she kind of points it out. She goes, "Yeah, so there was these strange noises that happened maybe I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago. And the last time we heard them was actually last evening. They seem to be the area that you come out of, like somewhere around there. We see loud we hear loud noises and flashes of light. See the Kranskard over here. And they were about a week ago, but unfortunately, we understand that they do not make it. I guess they go into the forest and only one come out. He was missing a hand. We gave him first aid before we sent him back, but he says something about very strange peoples, and so we kind of we're kind of staying on our guard, but nothing happens until the evenings. Once it is dark, this is when this is all happening. We have, as I said, they come back, they come and take the bodies, but that's it. They did not send anyone until you. So I hope that you will be able to take care of this, because we don't know how much longer this is going to go on. And I've already lost maybe 5 or 6 people who are afraid to now come back to work after seeing what happened to the Kranskard. So I hope that you'll be able to do something.
We're going to try our best.
All right. But last evening, something different happened. It's better to show you. Just follow me. And she kind of keeps taking you along the road inside of this actual orchard. And you can see the trees are actually getting larger and larger as you're progressing, indicating obviously that these are the older trees, and they're producing beautiful apples. You finally get to what seems to be like the main house on this property. And as you do, it looks like there's a heap in front of the house that's just kind of covered by a tarp. And she goes, "So we did not know if Kranskard were coming. I did send one of my hands to Zadash, but you are here. I don't know if it's because of this." And she kind of pulls the tarp over, and as she does, there are 2 bodies just laying there. One of them, they both seem to be of like average size humanoids, anywhere between 5'6" and 5'8". One of them is just charred, like just the skin is blackened. The clothing looks somewhat fused to what's left of the charred skin. The other is charred as well, but not completely. It seems like they like almost like one of the arms and a part of the neck and face are charred, and you can see what looks like a female half elf. And she's just kind of laying there, and they're wearing dark clothes. But that's about it. And she just kind of looks and she goes, I don't know if this will help you, but hopefully they will come and do something about this. But this is the first time we find bodies that are not the Crown Guard.
Do you know any of these people?
Oh, I have no idea who they are.
I would like to investigate the bodies thoroughly.
Me too.
Okay.
I will give Rowan advantage.
All right. What are you specifically trying to determine?
Trying to see if they're members of the Myriad.
Okay. So this is going to be, I'll say roll me an investigation check with advantage because Galen is helping you. And thankfully you're all about maybe you're not super close. You're like maybe 5 feet away from it, but you can still smell kind of like the smell of fire and charred flesh coming off of these bodies. It's definitely very fresh.
$13.
Not knowing.
They have special tattoos that I'm looking for.
So
I know they're charred, but
okay, so yeah, so for the first body is just the skin is so charred it's difficult at best to kind of make out anything. The most you can gather is that this definitely was a male at some point, but outside of that, like the skin is so charred you can't make out many details. You go to the half charred, half elven female woman, and you go over and you begin to kind of like try to peel, and again the you can see where the fibers have begun to fuse into the burnt flesh, and it's pretty nasty. So you're looking at the burn charred area, and you don't see anything tattoo wise, just because of the burns. And as you turn her over to the other side that's not burned, you can clearly see these tattoos kind of coming up her neck and kind of ending like by the jawline. They look somewhat similar. They're a little different than the ones you've seen prior, but similar in design.
Okay. Are there any other identifying items on her? Pouches, weapons?
Outside of the bodies themselves, there are no pouches, there are no necklaces, there's no jewelry, there's nothing to identify them other than the actual bodies and the tattoos that you find coming up her neck. And you can see as you kind of pull the shirt back, you can see that it does extensively continue down further into the shirt.
Okay. So once our group is done speaking with the farmhand named Sophie, I pull them aside and I say that they're definitely members of the Myriad.
DM, do I remember anything about the Myriad?
Oh, that's right. Sora doesn't really know about them.
You can make a history check.
There was that time when we were talking to the halfling at Bertrand's home, and I mentioned the Myriad, and she threatened me with every fiber of her being to never mention them.
I got an 18.
Sora was present for that.
Sorry, you said you got an 18?
Yeah.
And Rowan, did you just say this to the group?
I'm going to tell them about the Myriad after we're done talking to people and when we're out of earshot of the farmhands.
Okay. Sora, because of your upbringing, you don't know a lot about them. You've heard the name. You've been told that they are criminals. And that when you were back in Zarzith Kittrell, that if you were to hear anything about any of their activities, that you were to report it immediately. But outside of that, you don't know much else about them.
Okay.
Jarina?
I would like to go to the large scorched trees and investigate the charred marks to see if they match the marks on the barn.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me.
Hey Leah, do you mind asking the lady if these guys had any weapons, papers, or even pouches of gold on them?
Sure. I'm gonna ask the farm lady those questions.
Okay. Jarina, what'd you get?
So I accidentally clicked intimidation, but both my intimidation and investigation are +1.
Okay.
Should I re-roll it?
Yes, please. An unintentional roll never counts.
That works perfectly fine. I originally rolled a 15, and this time I rolled a 19.
Okay. So you go over to the trees and you're checking them out, and yeah, you can see that there are the scorch marks go along the length of the actual trunk. But as you do get closer, yeah, you do see these individual, like small, darker scorch marks, like almost like impact points.
I take Sora aside and I start to talk to her. Am I allowed to do that, or is?
Let me. Once Leah is done. So, Leah, you're going to ask her those questions.
Yes, please.
Okay. What were the questions again?
If they had any distinguishing pouches, amulets, anything on them, or if they look like they've been robbed or beaten, in addition to everything else.
She kind of turns. She goes, "Well, we did find their weapons. They have these swords that have like it looks like they have like black painted on them. I can give them to you if you wish. But outside of that, there was nothing else."
Okay. So everything was taken from them, in other words.
Except the weapons that we found with them.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I pull Sora aside. Sora, our first mission, I can't really tell you too much about it because it was we were sworn to secrecy. We were hired by someone in your hometown to investigate missing dragonborn eggs. And when we finally discovered who was taking them and why, we traced it back to this clandestine group known as the Myriad. Now, the Myriad is supposed to have been wiped out, but they appear to be operating again. They're a criminal network of assassins and rogues. And they're incredibly dangerous. And we actually discovered ogres and trogers working for them that could dimension door. So they were incredibly dangerous, incredibly powerful. I just wanted to let you know, at least fill you in on our encounters before we met you.
Well, I thank you for the information. I'll have to see if I can find out any more about who they are and
Discreetly, because they have eyes and ears everywhere.
oh, absolutely. Don't say any more here. We don't know who of the workers or the people here might be one. So I would suggest yeah.
Well, I doubt that, but you never know. You're correct. And that's why I pulled you aside over here to these trees where no one can hear us.
There are magical means for hearing us, so that's also something to take into consideration.
True that. Also, we don't even know if Leo's listening still or not.
Yeah, well, we'll figure that out when the time comes.
Uncle Leo.
I was totally expecting Uncle Leo to tell her to shut the fuck up right then.
He's not there.
I know, but you know, the whole magical listening in thing.
You don't know. So, what else would you guys like to do?
I want to set the trap so bad.
Wait, where did the Crown's Guard go?
They were taken by the other Crown's Guard.
No. I mean, like, where did they go before most of them got killed and the one became Captain Hook?
Oh, good question.
Is the area where you came from? That's why we were so like, you know, who are you? What are you doing? Because that's where they were. That's where they got hurt last time. So, and that's actually where we found the bodies last night.
Okay. Oh, so I say we go back into the forest and set a trap.
Should we explore the forest further? Because they could be hidden in there. Yes, Karina?
DM, around what time of day is it?
Right now, I would say it's getting to be about 3-ish, like around 3-ish p.m., somewhere around there that time.
What time is sunset?
At sunset.
Is it at 5? Is it at 7? Is it at 9?
Do you have a feat that allows you to know that?
Do you have a sundial on your wrist?
Isn't it is it autumn or something?
But you don't know exact time. Like, there are no exact timepieces. That's why I am very vague about what time it is. It's like around this time. So unless you
Hey,
have
Sophie, what time is sunset?
in a few hours maybe. There is a feat called Keen Mind, where you will know exactly what time of day it is, what time, down to the second. But without that feat, or some kind of magic ability to do so, everything time-wise is ish. Dungeons and
Technology.
Dragons. Don't look so frustrated, Rowan. I'm just trying to help.
Bullshit.
No, he really is.
I'm not sure how knowing any exact time.
I promise you, if it means so much to you, next campaign, we will play Eberron, where it is magical technology, where you can know exactly all of these things. I promise you that will be the next campaign. But until that time, the world that you're in is Faerun, and unfortunately, that's how it works.
Works for me.
So should one of us go back to...
No, I believe it's
Leo?
best if we all stick together.
Yeah, but we have a massive group. We have to be in multiple places at once. Not all of us can stay in one place, and and at least one of us needs to talk to Leopold. That way, that person can come back to us once it's night, because everything seems to happen at night, right?
Why do we have to talk to Leopold?
So he doesn't leave
He said-
without us, right?
Yeah.
Well, he said that if we are, of course, late for supper, then just to find our way back. He doesn't really care.
Wait, don't we have the statue? The little man?
No.
He didn't give it back to us, no.
All right, then that's a good reason for one of us to go back.
We can get a room at the inn, dude. It's not...
Leopold isn't exactly considerate to our needs.
Like, he fed us really well, but... You know.
He's not really going to help us. He did say that this isn't the type of stuff that he gets into.
Yeah. So I think we can figure this out.
Wait, about 48 hours. What am I thinking? We can... To get this done with 1,200 gold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, never mind. What am I worrying about? We can go back when we need to.
Galen, I never saw you worried.
If I could make a suggestion, I want to cast Gentle Repose on the half-charred body that Rowan was investigating. Rowan, would you be able to put this in the hole?
Absolutely. I take out the portable hole and I spread it out like a picnic blanket next to the body. And then once it forms, we lower the body into the hole.
Okay. Yeah, you lay it out, and as soon as the last fold is opened, you now have a 10-foot hole. Lower the body in it. Begin to fold up the hole once more until it's a small little pocket handkerchief. And you now have a half-charred, half-elven female myriad operative body in
my pocket.
In your portable hole.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I would also like to investigate the woods the part of the woods that we came out of. I want to see if there's any charred points of origin on any of the trees within a 10 feet radius.
Okay. So you start making your way back that way. Make an investigation check for me. Is anybody else doing anything?
I'm gonna follow Jarina.
Yeah.
Following Jarina.
Yep, me
I'm
too.
gonna look around the orchard a little bit more.
Okay. Rowan, make a perception check for me, please.
I must have gotten lost or something. I got an 8.
8.
13.
Okay. So Jarina, you check out the area. You do find where Sophie had pointed out where the where the two bodies were found the evening before. You can absolutely see like there are scorch marks and burn marks. You can see blood in that area, but nothing more specific than that. It just kind of confirms what Sophie was saying. Rowan, you're just kind of like watching around, kind of looking around, and you can see, a number of the farmhands just kind of like watching all of you, still trying to do their work, but also watching what's going on with interest and kind of like, almost like, almost rubbernecking in a way of like, trying to do their job, but also pay attention to what you're doing and not really doing their work, but looking like they're going through the motions. But outside of that, you really don't see much of anything else that would indicate to give you any more information?
I decide to question the one nearest to me.
Okay. So that would be as you approach the closest individual to you see an older man, probably in his maybe mid to late 50s, kind of balding. He's got like a little bit of a skull cap going on, but hair around is kind of like very stringy. He sees you coming over. He goes, "Oh, hi. What can I do for you?"
Hello. I was just wondering if you or the other farmhands saw anything besides what Sophie mentioned to us.
I don't know. I was the one that found the bodies last night. There.
Did you see anything strange before you found the bodies or around the bodies?
Well, I hear the loud noises. It's like a noise, very loud. And then I smell like fire. I hear what sound like men screaming. And I come out and I see the bodies on the ground over here. I think I probably am next, but nothing happened. And then I call for everyone and we bring the bodies over to the front of the house.
Okay. And what was your name?
Oh, my name is Ralph.
Ralph, thank you so much for your time.
It is a pleasure.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll let you get back to work.
You dressed very strange for Crownsguard.
Thank you. We're not really Crownsguard full time.
Okay. I get back to work now.
All right. Thank you.
You are welcome.
And then I'll turn and you stop bothering this poor old man who's just trying to do his job.
Okay.
Are we? Where are Jarena, Galen, and I at this point?
You're in the area where the bodies were found, and you're just kind of milling about, looking around. Jarena's kind of inspecting the area. You could be doing something if you want to try and do something.
My feet is not showing up, and I totally forgot to ask you about it. Can I do? No, not insight. Can I roll an investigation to see if I see anything that they might have missed?
Specifically what?
Maybe something that was dropped, or I don't know, maybe somebody who might have been careless and left another sign, something like that.
Again, you can't just all keep rolling investigation till you get a higher number and find something.
Oh no, that's not. I'm sorry, that wasn't what I was trying to do. I didn't realize that so many had been rolled.
Yeah. But if you can figure out something else that is not investigation that is pertinent,
maybe nature? Would that work?
But for what specific? That's the thing. It's like everybody's been looking generally, and at this point, the only roles I'm going to allow at this point are going to be for very specific things, not general, because there's been too many general investigation roles. So if you can think of something very specific about it.
All right, I'll just I don't know, follow Jarena.
Okay. Jarena?
At one of the scorch marks, I want to pull Sora to the side. Sora, you use things like magic missiles, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Does this look like something that could be caused by magic, or would it be more of a natural cause?
Can I roll Arcana for that?
Yeah, that would be an Arcana check.
I got a 14.
14. As Jarina asks you this question and you take a look at it, magic missile wouldn't actually do this kind of damage because magic missile is force damage. So it would actually take a chunk out of the tree without leaving a burn mark. It would be more like an impact mark. This is absolutely some kind of fire or fire based magic with a very specific trajectory that probably caused this.
Can I put that together in my head that it would be like Ray of Frost?
With that roll, I would say you wouldn't know exactly what it is, but it's similar to Firebolt.
Okay,
But Firebolt is definitely would not leave this much of an impact. So it's definitely stronger, but you're unsure exactly which spell would do it.
Okay, well, I relay all of that and tell her that, yes, it definitely looks like magic. I'm not quite sure which spell, but it's similar to Firebolt. It's not a spell that I know. It's the only fire spell that I really have at the moment. It's not a spell, it's a breath weapon.
Okay.
So I decide that we should all regroup and bid Sophie goodbye for now.
Is that what you're all doing?
Is that what you guys want to do? Can we regroup in the forest and discuss this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sophie. We're gonna continue our investigation. We'll probably see you again.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I hope so, because I don't know how much more we can deal with this problem. So please, I hope you take care of this as soon as you can.
We'll do our best.
All right. Thank you. And she kind of makes her way back. She covers the bodies back up again, and then kind of makes her way into the building.
I tip my hat of vermin, definitely. I go back to the group.
Okay.
Don't we have a body?
In my pocket, yes.
So yeah. Okay. So she covers the singular body.
So let's reconvene back in the forest and.
Did she
serious,
tell
everyone?
all of us what Ralph said?
Well, that's why we're reconvening, so we can share our information.
Oh, no, I thought you had said it already.
Okay, so
No, not yet.
So you all begin to make your way back into the forest area to kind of go over all of your information. You share, unless you tell me otherwise. You share all the information that you have found out with each other. You start putting those pieces together. Based on that information, is there anything that you would like to do from here?
Well, I'd like to throw out my theories. So it's either a bunch of imps got loose from the cave and is attacking brigands in the woods, or there's infighting within the Myriad, or the Myriad just pissed off the wrong wizard.
Sounds like we should check the cave out first, then.
Yes.
You know where it is from here?
No.
Did the farmer tell us?
Anybody who is proficient in survival, please make a survival check for me, please. Only if you're proficient in survival.
Okay.
All right, so Jarina, what'd you get?
14.
14. Phoebe?
I got a 22.
All right. Anybody else proficient in survival, or just you two?
Okay. I am.
Okay, Ron.
I got shoot. I got a 13.
13. Okay. The three of you kind of like, as you're kind of discussing everything and trying to figure out, you begin to kind of look around and take in your surroundings. You think back to the other farm that you just left. And you start thinking, looking up, looking around, and the three of you at different times, but you come to the same conclusion, that this area looks completely different than where you were when you went into the actual abandoned laboratory. If you had to guess based on the angle of the sun and the type of trees that are in the area and the fact that you actually crossed the main road to the main highway, to the main byway into the actual city of Zadash, if you had to guess, it's definitely on the other side. Jarina, actually no, Phoebe with the higher roll is able to figure out that the actual location is most likely completely on the other side of the actual city, which is maybe about a good 15 to 20 miles from here. So it's probably based on that. You know, you can begin to refine or rethink your assumptions, but you're definitely not close in any way to that area.
So, does it seem to you from Ralph's description of what happened that they were only going after certain, like maybe what you mentioned before?
Definitely. Certain individuals that aren't farmhands and know nothing about clandestine, illegal smuggling or anything else.
But how do you explain the cows?
Maybe they needed them as batteries.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe they needed that energy.
Is anyone
I would have to look into necrotic magic more to be able to determine how it works. But it's possible that death magic can fuel a spell, or a death can fuel a spell.
But here's another question. If they're going after this nasty group, should we even try to stop it?
Well, I would suggest that we definitely look into it regardless.
Should
Yes.
I'm only saying this because the Fixer's friend told us to pretty much stay away from them, but should we really go after the Myriad or in their business?
I don't think so. But it seems that they're the target. However, we can't be 100% sure. It could be a rampaging beast that can shoot fire out of its nose that lives in the woods.
What if we bring Uncle Leo the body and have him see if he could do some Mojo Jojo thing on the body and see if he could determine what type of magic it might be?
He might enjoy that, but I
Maybe.
think...
I'm sorry, Rowan. Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead, Sora.
There is a spell, if I recall correctly, called Speak to the Dead. I wonder if he knows it.
I think we should...
We could always ask.
Well, we could always just hide in the woods and see what happens.
Yeah, but we have to meet Leo.
Still, it's not a requirement. Not mandatory.
I'm also getting hungry.
Yeah, I think maybe we should go back and see if Leo will help.
We have some time. It's still daylight out.
Yeah, and he is there. He is there now, he said.
Not for long.
We could definitely come back at nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I vote we go back to town. For the
Alright
time.
then.
But here's a question. Here's a question before we, like, let's say we find out that all of this is because of the Myriad. Who do we tell this to? I mean,
Well,
the-
why don't we cross that
Crown
bridge
Star
when we get to it? We don't know a whole lot right now, do we?
I know that, but I'm saying, like, what if it is just them? Because clearly the Crown's Guard are probably not gonna do much or have somebody else take care of it, and that's probably spotty at best. And if we do something about it, the Myriad will do something about us. So
Well, if they're being killed, and by the way, I think you're throwing that word around too much.
we're in the forest.
Let's call them something else in case we're being spied on. Let's call them that group.
The M word.
If Leo can speak to the ghost, maybe we can find out why they were being gotten after. If they were being gotten after, specifically targeted. We're not necessarily going after those people. We're finding out who is targeting those people.
And I still don't think he's going to help us.
Honestly, because we're in such a big town, and it's probably best that once we find enough information after we talk to Leopold, that we bring the body to the Herald, and that could possibly even they could just take care of it, because they're the Crown's Guards, they're the law. We have to follow the law, and the more we go against the law and take matters into our own hands, the more likely we are to put a bigger target on our backs. We're trying to up our reputation and help, not take matters into our own hands.
Would anybody else like to input their opinion?
We were given a job.
To investigate.
To
And to put us-
handle.
Yeah, to handle this.
Well, yes, but
I think we need to come up with a plan
yes.
rather than worry about what we should
Yes.
keep investigating here.
Which is why I suggest that we go to Leopold, get more information, see if he knows that spell. If anything, there is that other job about any information about this group that could help. It could be tied together. We don't know. We need to find more information.
I'm definitely reluctant to get involved with passing information about groups we know nothing about.
I'm also a little.
I don't want to
get
start the
involved.
snitch game.
Well, let's handle this one step at a time. What I would suggest is go back to Leopold. We discuss a plan instead of going gung-ho, like we normally do, and then return at nightfall.
All right, so that's 3 to go back to town. Well, 4.
I'll go with the group, but I'm just saying I think we should stay here and try to figure out who's doing this by just hiding in the trees.
If we're under the impression that the people who's doing this are going to come back, I'm for springing the trap.
Are
Which is
you
probably-
for waiting hours without knowing when it's going to happen? I mean,
And for-
Bastion even said that it happens randomly. It's not a consistent time.
And if they are listening to us in any way, shape, or form, waiting here would be rather moot. With the concept of trying to get the drop on them.
We could go back to Leopold. I can't say I'm I believe Leopold's going to be much help. But
Same. He wants to watch it in his theater.
We have to try. Otherwise, why bother?
You're the one with the hole, Rowan. How about this?
Excuse me?
Forgive me. Yes.
Portable hole. Yes, yes.
How about this? We set up a watch point in the forest to see what might happen, and one person go back, maybe Jarina or yourself, with the body, and then have that person come back at a designated point.
I don't think we should split up. If you guys want to go see Leopold, let's go see Leopold. We all go or no one goes.
All in favor?
What's the plan, guys?
We are going back to Leopold to see if he can help us and hopefully come up with a plan.
And if he doesn't help us, we'll come immediately back.
Okay. So you all begin to make your way back to the road, which will take you directly to the front gates of the city. As you actually make it into the city proper, you can see that the sun is actually beginning to start to set. It's still up high in the sky, but it hasn't completely set yet. But you can see it's starting to get lower in the sky. By the time you actually make your way to the Song and Supper Inn, it is now getting close to actual sundown. It's getting more to be around dusk at this point. You can still see a portion of the light and certain blues and purples in the sky. And as you make your way, you can actually into the front of the Song and Supper Inn. You can see it's a very nice building. It seems very much like an actual theater. But as you walk in, you can see that you are standing directly in front of what looks like a desk. And you can see a young dwarven woman kind of sitting behind the desk. But right behind her immediately it's almost like you're on a balcony. And there are stairs that are going down. And you can immediately see a number of almost like a dozen or so round tables with chairs around them, and on the very far end you can see a stage with curtains drawn. And as you approach, the young dwarven woman just kind of looks like, "Oh, hi, what can I do for you?"
We're looking for Leopold von Scott.
She kind of chuckles and she goes, "Oh, you mean him?" And she points down to the tables, and you get a little closer and you can see that there are no people sitting anywhere at any of the tables except for the very, very middle, almost in the very front of the row. You can see a large iron golem standing next to a table. And he seems to be leaning over, like next to Leopold, and Leopold's just kind of sitting at the table, and there's nobody else in the place. She's like, "Yeah, go ahead." He said he was probably expecting someone, and probably all of you. So please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you go down the stairs, and you can actually, as you get closer, you all can see that Norman is actually cutting up food for Leopold and actually feeding him. And Leopold's just kind of sitting there, and he kind of sees you go, "Oh, hey, what's going on? Sit. You all start to take seats around him. And he goes, "So, how'd the job go?"
Still investigating. Kind of wanted to ask for some assistance.
Mm-hmm. Did you know that gnomes are very, very long lived? Did you know that?
Yes, I was actually born into a family of gnomes.
Oh, good. All right. So you would know, although that's pretty weird. You would know that that gnomes, until about the age of 90 to about 100, are pretty much considered like teenagers, because they're so long lived. That pretty much means that they pretty much need to have their ass wiped for them until they hit about 100 years old. So my question to all of you is, are you all teenage gnomes?
No.
I told you he wasn't going to be helpful.
So why the fuck am I going to solve all your problems for you and wipe your ass? You took a job that doesn't involve me. What the fuck?
What if I give you 100 gold?
Norman tries to feed him again, and he just closes his mouth, and you watch as Norman just kind of like puts the meat in his face. He's like, not Norman. Really? Bribing the wizard. It's come down to that, has it?
I mean, we gotta try everything.
Have you
They're
tried?
very powerful.
Have you tried wiping your own ass? It's an amazing feeling. You get empowered by it. You realize that once you can do it multiple times. But if you have one person constantly wiping your ass, and then that person disappears, you'll just walk around with a filthy ass all the time.
Well,
I don't know if you're understanding my meaning, but I refuse to wipe your ass, is what I'm saying.
You are my favorite uncle.
I really don't like you.
Leopold, we would not be asking if we were capable.
There are 7 of you, and there's 1 of me. And granted, I am me. There are 7 of you.
But you're so
7
knowledgeable.
of you. You've got a crazy druid lady. You got crazy cat lady with the small closet. You got Blue Boy over there with the swords.
He's right, I am pretty crazy.
You got Mr. Drunky over there, and he points to Galen. You've got a fucking wizard with you. Granted, she's not me, but she's a wizard.
There's
Do
one
you see
spell
the problem?
There's one spell I unfortunately don't know that we thought might help.
That one's got exploding arrows. And he points to Phoebe.
I'm sorry?
There's just 1 of me.
And you're that important.
I am. And that's why I would like to enjoy my dinner and watch a show, not wipe your ass. That is completely not on the itinerary for this evening.
What would Bertrude think of you now?
Who do you think I learned this from?
I think we can go and make our own plan. Thank you, Leopold.
Finally, one of you with some sense. You're very welcome, Leah.
Can I buy you
Enjoy
a
your
drink?
dinner and a show.
Thank you. I'll let you know how it turns out. Good luck wiping your ass. And he continues to drink, and then he just goes, and Norman just continues to feed him.
Let's go back now.
We go back.
Okay.
I think that it's a good idea if we eat something and prepare for a long night of stakeout, because we should be at full health and full energy before we take on any more.
What if another attack happens when we're off having dinner?
Well, Leopold goes, "Oh, there's food right there. I was expecting all of you, but I thought you'd be finished with your shit." And you can see that there's food like on the table next to him. You can just grab some food, take it to go. I don't care. Just, I'm not doing anything other than what I'm doing right now. So, sorry.
Totally fine.
Not
I love
sorry.
So much.
I sit right next to Leopold and I just start eating.
Okay.
But
So
I'm kind of scarfing it down. I'm like eating fast.
Okay. So you all variously begin to grab some food and eat. And by the time you do finish eating and then make your way out of the Song of Supper Inn, you can see that it is now fully sundown. And you begin your trek to back to which farm? Where are you going? To the orchard or to the pasture?
I think the orchard would be the best place. What do you think?
I concur.
Okay.
I want to be a cow.
Pasture or orchard?
I guess we're
Orchard.
going to the orchard, but I'm still going to be a cow.
You know, it was bad enough when you were drunk.
Okay. So you make your way about another hour and a half of travel out through the city gates. You begin to make your way over to the orchard. As you do, you can actually see there are a few farmhands out. There are some torches lit just for some very, very basic dim lighting outdoors. And as you approach the actual main building, you can see that that older man Rolf that you actually met is kind of sitting at a chair there. He's, hello. You want for me to get Sophie?
That's not necessary. I think we're gonna keep investigating though. Okay, if you want to let her know we're here, that's fine. But you don't have to bring her out specially for us.
Oh, all right. Well, be careful because all of the craziness happens when it gets dark. So I was just out here as sentry.
I'm betting on it.
We're gonna stand guard and see if we witness anything.
Okay. So where are you setting yourselves up?
Leah, you want to hide with me? That way, if they do come this way, we can ambush them from behind.
We should probably set up around the tree lines where we can stay hidden, at least to get some element of surprise, especially if we're in an orchard.
Okay.
Can I be a cow?
I don't think cows make sense in an orchard, though.
I could be the cow that escaped the other farm.
How about an egg?
How about right now you...
Yes? I could be a deer. It's not as big and juicy as a cow, though.
But it makes
Still
sense.
fits the setting. They eat anything.
And they're quiet.
All right. Okay. Hey.
I go to a relatively large tree, stand right next to it, cast levitate, and then pull myself up.
Okay.
We should have an organized plan of how we're going to surveil this place. So if we're going to stay in different spots, we have to have a way of communicating so that if we do see something, everybody can be made aware of it. So we all got to be on the same page, guys.
Okay.
If I'm a deer, I can snort.
That's good. That's helpful.
Do you want to smack the trees in a pattern?
Shave and a haircut?
Is that something?
Caw-caw, caw-caw.
I like caw. I like
Caw
caw.
works. But if I'm a deer, I can't caw, so I'll just snort.
Sorry.
I was just thinking, get like a stick and then whack a tree to make like a weird I don't know.
Like
Makes noise.
Sasquatch. Smart.
All right.
Well-
Do we want to spread out? You want to say every 2 to 3 trees?
I say that's a plan.
I can also have Maya stay in the top of the trees and alert me when if she sees any fighting or commotion.
That sounds like a good idea. You and I should be in separate groups because I can have Lucy do something similar and surveil from a little far away from me.
Okay.
I can see farther in the dark than most.
Right.
You could
Leo,
have Lucy throw rocks.
Oh.
Do you want to come with me?
Well, what I would suggest is because I have bursting and piercing arrow. If we see them coming along in a group, I can ambush them with bursting arrow, catch them off guard.
Catch them off guard, not us, okay?
Yes.
Well, I would be firing at
And-
them, obviously not at all of you.
It's
And just to
happened.
remind everybody, preferably alive. At least one alive. Just saying.
Excellent point.
Whoever looks the most important, maybe?
I'm not a murderer. Just saying.
I don't usually like to keep my opponents alive if necessary. If they're out to kill me, I'm not gonna hold my blade.
Well, they don't know us, so...
Do you want
no.
to possibly try to keep one alive to
We
take
still
in?
don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going for possibilities. Maybe keep a hostage, bring them in to
As proof.
yeah, and so they can be questioned.
I have a question that's in and out of game.
Mhm.
Does anything that falls in the hole die? Or is it just like a hole that you can carry?
Well, Sarah did identify it, and when she did, one of the interesting thing was any living creature basically gets 10 minutes of air before they
Okay.
die.
Wait, we're using my portable hole to lay a trap?
No, I'm just weighing options that we can discuss.
Okay. Because we could just dig a hole to make
We
the
have
trap.
rope.
Don't have to use the
Guys, we
portable
have
hole.
rope.
We have magic rope. We do.
I would say that just one we choose to wound rather than kill.
All right,
Good
I'm a
idea.
deer. I go wild shape.
Alright, so she snort.
She turns into a deer.
Leah, do you want to come up in the tree with me?
Good idea. Yes. Galen, do you want to stay below us and keep an eye out on the ground?
I too will be on the ground. I'm gonna be behind a tree, back to bark, and as concealed as possible.
Yeah, I think I'll be with Squall. I'll do my whacking the tree idea whenever I see something, because I can see a bit farther than everybody else, and Squall can't really see in the dark, so...
Okay.
Sorry, Squall.
Okay. So you all begin to take your places. Where are you going to hide? I need you all to make stealth checks for me, please.
Do I have to roll for Maya as well?
In this instance, I would say yes.
Do I have to roll stealth?
Mm-hmm. Sure
It'll be
do.
ghost deer. Ghost deer.
Alrighty. Jarena, what'd you get?
I got a 15. I'm rolling for Maya in just a moment.
Okay. All right. Sarah, what'd you get?
I got a 15 as well. Can I amend my former statement? I tell Leah. Well, first I ask her how much she weighs.
I don't know how they do that, like 6 stone or something. Is that it?
I tell her to climb onto my back, and I activate my levitate and pull us up the tree.
Okay. All right. Rowan, what'd you get?
14.
14. Squall?
4.
Leah?
23.
Nice. Phoebe?
18.
18. And Galen?
18.
18. All right.
And Maya got a 23.
Thank you. 23. Okay. So thankfully, although Squall is kind of clinking and clanking a little bit, even though trying to hide best he can, Galen and the rest of your party are able to kind of like muffle the noises that you make enough to kind of keep you all hidden. And you all feel pretty well hidden. Once again, just as a reminder, because you are such a large group, in certain instances, especially like this, I'm doing an average of all of your skills, your skill checks. So that way, just one person doesn't actually ruin it. But sometimes, natural ones are natural ones. Thankfully, you did have any. But you all feel pretty well hidden in the positions that you're on. And so for the next hour or so, you're just kind of waiting. Another hour goes by. Rowan, you change back into your elven shape after the second hour.
I wild shape again.
Okay.
Immediately after that.
Okay. Back into a deer? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Galen?
Just a quick thing. I'm keeping my disguise up, the disguise I've been keeping up.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. That's yeah.
Okay.
Third hour goes by. Nothing. It's about halfway into the fourth hour when all of a sudden you hear in the distance, sounds like shouting and yelling. And it seems to be coming from deeper into the actual wooded area. Down the location that you did not go into the night before. You pay attention. I need everybody to roll me a perception check, please. Okay, Jarena?
19.
18. Rowan?
22.
19. Sora?
13.
13. Squall?
10.
And Leah?
25.
25. Phoebe?
17.
17. Galen?
17.
17. Yeah, you all you start hearing more screaming, more yelling. And then you hear a and it's definitely Sora and Leah, you being up in a tree. You can actually now start to see the light of what looks like a small fire. And it seems to be maybe, you're not entirely sure. It's anywhere between 80 to 100 feet ahead of you from where you all currently are, deeper into the wooded areas.
I whisper to Leah to get back on my back. I cast levitate again.
Okay.
And basically climb my way down.
All right. You climb your way down. All of you can now clearly hear this going on. the old man, Rolf, you can actually see him from where you are. He kind of like gets up, looks around, and he runs into the house. What are you all gonna go investigate?
Yes, quietly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need another stealth check from all of you, please.
I want to send Maya ahead.
Okay. You send Maya ahead. Not a problem.
Woohoo!
And I tell her to let me know if she sees anything.
Okay. Jarina, what'd you get?
For stealth, I got a 19.
19. Rowan?
11.
11. Sora?
21.
21. Nice. Squall?
13.
13. Leah?
10.
And Phoebe?
18.
18. Galen?
22.
22. All right. So you all begin to very stealthily begin to make your way towards where Leah and Sora kind of directed where they saw the actual fire going on. As you slowly begin to make your way, Jarina, as you're all getting closer, you can hear the shouting and yelling progressively getting worse. You can now start to hear what sounds like metal on metal. What sounds like definitely the sounds of battle. You get closer and closer, and Jarina, Maya comes flying right at you and just kind of like, almost shoulder checks you as she tries to land and catch onto your shoulder. And she's just like panting hard. And you're not sure what it is. And right as you're about to kind of like begin that process of trying to kind of bond with her to kind of get an image of what's going on, you all see this bright flash of and you can now see that probably another 10 feet or so, the woods actually open into this large clearing. There are some boulders and rocks along with some sporadic trees, but for the most part, it's kind of open in this area. And you can clearly see now what looks like a number of individuals just fighting each other, hand-to-hand combat with swords. Just sword fighting each other. You can see two individuals on the ground not moving. And you can see there are three individuals who are almost like fighting back to back, just trying to keep at bay what look like about five individuals who are just kind of surrounding them and harrying them with these swords. They're all wearing dark clothing. And you can see one individual all the way to past this large group of individuals, kind of by himself, maybe about 20 to 30 feet past them. And you watch as his hand goes up, and as his hand goes up, you watch as three rays of fire just shoot from his hand and just and they miss. Unfortunately, they miss their targets as these three individuals who are kind of like fighting back to back begin to actually jump out of the way and move back almost like in a very coordinated position. And you can watch as a tree that is right next to him begins to slowly begin to engulf in fire. And you see them starting to move away, but they are absolutely getting harried by this group of about 5 or 6 individuals. You can't tell from as far away as you are from them exactly how many, but it's just like a cluster of people just fighting each other right now. What are you going to do? Jarina?
How far away is that single individual who fired?
From where you are all standing, probably. Again, it's dark even with night vision. It's very difficult to see. Maybe 50 to 60 feet. You can still see the outline of this individual, especially those who have dark vision. But it's very hard to determine distance because when there's no light, even though the tree is starting to become engulfed, it is not lighting the area up just yet. So if you had to guess, maybe 50 to 60 feet away from where all of you are right now.
Okay, I want to look at him and I want to cast Toll of the Dead.
Okay.
Wait.
Before that happens, Galen.
I kind of am like, guys, should we just sit and wait to see what happens? Like, only interfere when they start getting into the farms, but just watching before we start acting?
No, because if any of the farmhands or farmers die,
I'm saying, I know, but when they start moving there, that's when I say we should then act.
As
Yeah,
you
we
said,
don't know what's going.
I was whispering.
Okay, as you're discussing this and you're saying all this, you can hear from that group of cluster of individuals, Jonathan, are you alive, Jonathan? Fuck, they got Jonathan, and they're just and I mean it's just like, you know, Squall, especially for someone in your position, you can just see the outlines of what's going on. You can absolutely see, like, because you don't have dark vision, you can just see like the sparks of swords and hear the clanging as they're just going on. And it's this, if something's not done very quickly, this is going to end very quickly, and you don't know exactly what's going on at the moment. So Jarena, you said you were going to cast what?
Toll of the Dead on that individual that's all the way in the back who fired.
What's the distance on that?
60 feet.
60 feet. What is it that I have to roll against that?
You have to succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 1d8 of necrotic damage.
Okay.
You have to beat a 12.
12. Okay. Okay. So you cast a spell, and as you do, you feel that it is resisted. And as you do, the individual who had their hand up towards that cluster of people, the hand suddenly moves towards your group.
Okay.
And then you don't hear anything, but you watch as three individuals, three shadows from that large group peel off and begin moving towards your direction. And as that happens, we're going to call it for the evening.
God damn it.
Okay.
All right, so you are definitely in it now. Whatever it is.
It is, right.
But yeah, no, that was good. Good game, guys. And we will see what happens next week when we come back.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No, we are not sponsored by them. Nothing like that at all.
Nope.
Dragon Balls.
So thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, players. Thank you, my players. Amazing game again. Sometimes some of the best games are just role play. But yeah, that was interesting.
It was just instinct. I swear.
To wipe our own asses.
Yeah, there's that.
That was me.
Is that a feat or is that a cantrip?
Oh no,
should be a cantrip.
That's a feat. That's a feat. According to Leopold, that's a feat. So thank you.
Do I know what he said is true about gnomes?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Can confirm.
Yeah. Can confirm.
Can confirm.
So yeah. So thank you. Thank you to my wonderful players. That was an amazing game. We will see when we come back next week. We'll see what happens. Thank you everybody for coming and joining us and supporting what we're doing. Again, we hit that milestone of over 200 followers on Monday, and that's all thanks to all of you. Like to see if we can get to 300 by our yearly anniversary by the end of October. So thank you for everybody who's made that happen. But let's see if we can get us up to 300. That would be awesome. I want to do some quick shout outs. Jug TV, thank you for the resub. 2 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Ocelotus, thank you so much for the cheers of 1,000 bits. Damn, Ocelotus, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dr. Fox. Pulverization, thank you so much for the follow. Dr. Fox, thank you for the host and the raid. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that so much. Let me see. I hope I get this right. Rafakinov. I hope that's it. Rafakinov. Thank you so much for the follow. And Ty Dynamite, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Comet. And then once again, yeah, Comet was only in voice rather than in picture. Oh, wait. Ocelotus, thank you once more for gifting another tier 1 sub, this time for 2 to your head. Thank you so much, and welcome everybody to your subs, your gift subs. I really do appreciate this community. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for everything that you've done for us, for allowing us to actually be able to do this. This is so much fun, and I can't actually believe that we get to do this on a weekly basis, no less. But again, that's pretty much due to all of you. So thank you again. So as we close out for the evening, once again, just as a reminder, we had our Monster Hearts 2 game on Monday. That's kind of where we broke 200 followers, which was great. And our next session for our Monster Hearts 2 game is going to be on May 17th at 7:30 p.m. That's on a Monday. So if you get a chance to give that a watch, please do so. We'd love to have you and love to see you there. We, as always, are going to, as we finish up for the evening, we're going to share the love with someone. And I'm going to take a look right now to see who we can do that for. Yeah, it looks like, let's see, Fall Harbor is playing Elder Scrolls Online. So if you still need that kind of that fantasy itch scratched, and we kind of left you hanging on a cliffhanger for next week, you can watch Fall Harbor play Elder Scrolls and kind of give you some of the fantasy feels, and also please give Fall Harbor the love that you gave us this evening, because man, every time we play and every time you all come out, this is just, believe me when I say I can feel it through the screen. I really can, how much support and love you're all giving me. So thank you for supporting me in this craziness, and thank you for supporting my players, and them being part of it. I'm actually blessed that they allow me to do the crazy stuff that I do every week. And without them, I don't have a game. So this is all thank you to them.
Well, without you, we couldn't do shit.
You'd all still get together for a game. You just probably have a different DM. So
Never.
All right. Anyway, I'm not gonna argue with all of you. But as we close out for the evening, please remember, it's more important now. I mean, things are getting better for all of us, hopefully. But even if they're not, remember that you're not alone. There are people who care about you. There are people who want the best for you. And even if you don't feel like you deserve it, you absolutely do. So remember to care for yourself and to care for others, because the only way we get through anything in this world is together. So until we see you next time, remember, stick around for the end. We are definitely going to raid Fall Harbor. But thank you, and we will see you next time. Take care.